So first of all, this forum will be dedicated and divided into two parts. In the first session, we are going to represent the term of meanwhile uses and present the cases of meanwhile uses all around the world. And in the second part of this forum, we will introduce engagement activities that happen here in Kaunas pilot and the workshop. My name is Aistė Dukevičiūtė. I am an urbanist and researcher working in T-Factor project. I will be moderating this event and welcome you all once again. I'm inviting Rūta Valušytė to make an introduction. She is the head of Design Center of Kaunas University of Technology.
Ačiū, Aistė. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Labas rytas, buongiorno, those that are listening for us online. So happy to see you here. This event will be in English language. So if there is somebody that would like to have an introduction, so we have Marius that can help us. Today we are gathering in this event, which is aimed, as Aistė mentioned, to speak a little bit more about what is temporary urbanism and meanwhile spaces. So this topic comes to Kaunas thanks to T-Factor project, which is a Horizon 2020 innovation action. And I would like to introduce a little bit about the project. So the main aim of this project is to unlock transformative potential of temporary use in urban regeneration. And why this project has been financed and funded by European Commission. So first, the main challenge is that today, of course, everything is changing very fast, and these radical and fast changes in our environments and society require new approaches for long-lasting urban regeneration projects. So first of all, this project is about hardware and software. So in urban regeneration, we understand that it is not only about hardware, that means infrastructure, buildings and spaces, but it is even more. It is the fundamental reboot of the software, which is the social, economic, and cultural fabric that together with infrastructure should be transformed within the regeneration project. So these two cannot exist separately. So changing one layer, we have to do changes and in the other one. So with this fast-changing environments and conditions and needs, long-lasting urban projects run somehow in the risk of being obsolete even before they are being finished, because everything is changing fast. And on the other hand, this long waiting time during the projects are delivered for urban regeneration, actually it becomes an opportunity which in this project is, let's say, the main axis. So therefore, in this project, this waiting time in between the plan of the master plan of the urban regeneration and its implementation is being seen as transformative time. And during this waiting time, buildings, places that are vacant and unused spaces are used as temporary sites for co-creative experimentation, unlocking innovation and cultural, social, entrepreneurial activities, and most importantly, multi-stakeholder engagement. So often these meanwhile activities, temporary activities, are key to build shared public value and social and cultural and economic fabrics of the area under regeneration. So in many cases, these temporary activities are positioned also to become permanent activities, and in this way to form and prototype the area under regeneration. So I'm a designer, design researcher, and a visual person. So I was trying to find a reassuming scheme which could explain in a very simple way what meanwhile spaces and uses are about. So if we are speaking about designing the future, so we are going from past to present and to the future. And in the present time, we usually are looking for the best solutions for the future. And of course, we tend to select the solutions that we already tested and know that will work. So this is the predictable path that usually we're tending to take, but it's not necessarily the preferable one. So we have a lot of options for the future. And if speaking about urban regeneration, so meanwhile spaces and uses, the core axis of this project that we are speaking about, are the means in the present to find alternative solutions for the future in urban regeneration. So these meanwhile spaces are, let's say, like a prototyping activity together with our clients, let's say, of the urban territory, to prototype what can happen in the future and which is preferable future for everybody which will use this territory. So it is like some design process which among designers we're used to use each day, but within urban regeneration, so in the bigger scale. So as we all know, Europe are putting a lot of effort to reach sustainability. So recently, European Bauhaus initiative was introduced, which is speaking about beautiful, sustainable together. So this project actually fits completely well to European Bauhaus idea and the initiative. And of course, the factor is quite a big project, so it represents, let's say, the importance maybe of that European Commission gives to these new innovative and radical ways of creating our environments. So here there are some numbers. So we have 25 partners from 12 countries working together. And we have 6 pilots and 6 advanced cases. So this project is working across advanced cases and early stage regeneration initiatives in Europe and beyond, and gathering them together in so-called community of practice, which are trying to bring new knowledge and practices on meanwhile uses and temporary urbanism. So we will hear about what and how in the following presentations today, in the speeches and discussions that we will see. So now a little bit about Kaunas, what is happening in Kaunas during this project. So as I've mentioned, Kaunas has become one of the pilot cities together with London, Milan, Amsterdam and others. And regeneration project selected for piloting the meanwhile activities is a former aviation factory. It's about 30 hectares in Aleksotas, and where Kauno City Municipality is working on innovation industry park development. So this park is designed for low carbon companies and which create a high added value. So it is not the same as free economic zone in Kaunas. So here you can see the territory, which is marked by a red line. And today we will hear more about this project from MIESTO that are visiting us from Kauno City. So this area is really close to Kauno city center, actually, but a lot of Kaunas inhabitants and others that are visiting Kaunas usually today, they do not know a lot about the territory. So it is quite an exciting situation from one hand and challenging one, because it is like a white page for the developers of the project and for everybody that will maybe take their place there. Shortly about partnership in Kauno. So we have three main partners, which are Kaunas University of Technology, which is leading this project, T-Factor project, Kauno City Municipality, and Kaunas Fortress Park. So Kaunas Fortress, we are located here. We have warehouses in this territory, which is designed as the recreation territory here. So this partnership is designed to, let's say, make possible the prototyping and piloting of meanwhile activities. And here you see the urban vision, which was prepared by Živilė Šimkutė and Egidijus Kasakaitis by order of Kaunasin. So you see here the territory. I will not go into detail very much, but we will have Aister speaking more about the project. But we see now the state of the art of what is being planned. And the T-Factor projects comes aiming to present for potential stakeholders what is being planned and involve also around the territory all the stakeholders or all the citizens that are living around and other potential investors, potential collaborators in this future territory to design it together through meanwhile. So I will stop here. Today we have two aims. So first of all, as meanwhile spaces and temporary urbanism is not so very diffused in Lithuania. First aim of today is to speak about this innovative city-making method, to bring some best cases, stories of best cases from our foreign partners. So they will have presentations online. And then second aim is to discuss and understand on how we could pilot these meanwhile spaces and uses in Kaunas pilot. So this is the second session where we will have a workshop and we will present a little bit what we have done so far within this project in Kaunas. I will stop here and will leave the stage to Aiste for the moderation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruta. Now we are going to have a presentation called Meanwhile Spaces, Making Cities in the Age of Uncertainty. It's going to be an online presentation made by Laura Martelloni, who is a project coordinator of T-Factor. She's also a co-founder of Impact Hub Florence and has been a part of designing meanwhile uses in the urban regeneration project of the former industrial area of Manifattura Tabacchi in Florence. Also, she's going to be accompanied by Dario Marmo, who is an associate of Lama Agency, an Italian enterprise specialized in research, design, and implementation of social innovation and urban regeneration strategies and initiatives. He's also working in designing meanwhile uses in Manifattura Tabacchi in Florence, and now he's coordinating the T-Factor agency. So I'm inviting them to start the presentation. In addition to this, we actually have an online Slido platform where you can ask questions online, and then in the end of the presentation we will have a short session of Q&As. You can please find this code or use the QR code to join in and ask the questions.
Try again, Dario.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. I'm Dario from Florence. Okay. So I thank you for already presenting me and Laura. Let's say that today we would like to share with you the approach on meanwhile uses that T-Factor is having, okay, but also the more practical experience we had the chance to live in the last 4 years in Manifattura Tabacchi, Florence. So maybe just to give you somehow also some images of what Manifattura Tabacchi is, I would like to share a short video on that. Okay. So say that Manifattura Tabacchi is the biggest regeneration project in Florence. Okay, so it's 100,000 square meters of former tobacco industry that has been closed in the early 2000s and has been then closed for more than 15 years. And after with a joint partnership between the state, okay, the Italian state and an international investing company called Ermont, the whole area started being regenerated to become a mixed-use part of the city, really, dedicated to both education, living, social housing, offices, co-working, leisure, and so on. Okay, so the regeneration is still undergoing and will last for at least 2 to even 3 years more. The images you see here is of the whole regeneration site before it started being renovated. The logic is to not destroy old buildings, but really renovate them, keeping their shape, okay, but changing their functions. And to change their function, somehow the management asked to Lama agency, which is the company we work in, to curate, design, and then really manage and implement meanwhile uses for a long period of time. So let's say we started in 2018, and then now it's our almost 4th year, and I would like also to share something about that. That being said, yeah, sorry, I try to change and go to the representation. Okay. That being said, let's say what we are. Yeah, perfect. I think you can see now the presentation again. Please confirm that. Yeah, perfect. I see it. Okay. That being said, somehow this experience also inspired an approach that somehow is also trickling down in the T-Factor project, and that somehow also is enriched by the T-Factor project, because in T-Factor we are exchanging experience between very different regeneration projects all around Europe, including Kaunas. So the title of our presentation is Making Cities in the Age of Uncertainty. Why that? Because somehow we know that Europe changed a lot in the last 2 to 3 years. So there are many, I will say, systemic risks that we are facing, okay? Well, of course, COVID-19, but not only, okay? There are many social exclusion and political tensions that we are facing in our cities. Well, you know better than us in this historical moment how also, for example, the migration aspect and the social exclusion aspect is an issue. Okay, so that also should be considered. And more in general, within cities, there are voids, okay? There are spaces that changed their functions, let's say that lost their function, and that need to find new function and uses in order to also be, to answer to some of these societal challenges we are all facing. So urban regeneration in the last 20 years has mostly been characterized by a top-down approach, where final uses were predetermined, and somehow there was also an approach in which the final uses were given for granted. Okay, while we do know that in reality, what happens is that there's all a weaving of those functions within the urban context, and that the risks related to somehow rejection also of the space by the general public or by some specific group is growingly important. So planning cannot, in many cases, or it's more risky, okay, let's say, to plan only in a top-down way, and it's also somehow risky to work on the short term and with a rigid master plan. So somehow we need to test the master plan and to give some, I would say, support to the master plan to really evolve together with its surrounding context. So I would say Ruta already anticipated the concepts of hardware and software some minutes ago. So again, this is fundamental, okay? We are constructing spaces, but we are at the same time also building places, okay, in the word of the designer Manzini. So this means that there is somehow a cultural ownership process that we are co-building with different stakeholders in a territory. And we do so by different means, but one of these means is surely also the temporary uses. So the uses that can be done of the spaces and infrastructure and the existing infrastructure in the construction period, or in some cases, and I think this is also the case of Kaunas somehow, the Aleksoto's park, even before the construction period, to really prepare somehow the cultural and perception, I would say, ground to really start up the regeneration. Of course, arts, culture, innovation are key factors to somehow generate this change. They can also be key ingredients of gentrification-led business models, okay, with somehow the risk also of having many different high-level Disneylands not really connected with the local, the local fabric, and also, in general, there's always a tension between the creation of public and private values. So when a social value is created in a place, who is it profiting, how, why? So, of course, nowadays we are living in the PPPP model paradigm, okay, so there's always a collaboration between public and private forces somehow to rethink cities, but then it's also important to understand what are the outcomes of this collaboration and where they might lead all the actors in terms of maximizing, I would say, the public interest without forgetting the private interests. So somehow what we are focusing here, and the reason why we use the term meanwhile spaces instead of temporary uses is because we are focusing on a specific part of temporary uses, which are the temporary uses that happens in spaces that already have somehow some final uses defined, okay, and so we are not really working on a blank page, okay, but we have some final destinations that are already defined. I don't know, like an innovation park, okay, and we need to nurture this idea and vision with contents, with stakeholders, with interest, with placemaking. So somehow what we do with meanwhile uses and what has been done in the recent decade in many major cities in Europe and beyond Europe is that meanwhile uses have been used as test beds really for innovations and for social innovation that responded to present and future needs. So meaning that the needs they are answering to in many cases are not just to one the needs related to the master plan, but also to bigger local or societal challenges, or even city related challenges, okay, that the public needs to answer to. So again, of course, we are talking about regenerating physical spaces, but what we can do through meanwhile spaces is mostly, but not exclusively, focusing on software, okay? So trying to somehow test uses also that can also influence more hardware components like policy making, like regulation, like governance, like funding, okay? Because of course, meanwhile uses can also be a useful way to attract funding because somehow they make a project, a vision, a space interesting for a wider audience. So again, Ruth already said this, but just to share what we are talking about, in T-Factor, we studied in the last year and a half 8 already mature regeneration projects that somehow tested some of the uses through meanwhile activities. And these are Florence, Manifattura Tabacchi, okay, which we mostly will focus on also in this presentation. The interesting case of Barcelona, Poblenou, so a wall neighborhood that has been regenerated to become an innovation area of the city. La Friche La Belle de Mai from Marseille, France, where a former tobacco factory, also in this case, has become a very huge cultural center, attracting many cultural actors from the area and managed by these actors in a cooperative manner. Then Shanghai, Red Town, the European quarter of Łódź, in the center of Łódź in Poland, that somehow I think it might be also very interesting for the Kaunas case because there are many connection points also in thematic aspect at least. Then Dortmunder U in Dortmund, and the Industry City in New York, and maybe the most famous of these 8, the King's Cross regeneration in London, okay? So in the area of the rail station of King's Cross. These 8 cases somehow might inform the 6 cases that are undergoing in T-Factor, okay? So there's not only Kaunas, but there is Mind, the former Expo 2015 area outside Milan, the island of Zorro Zaurre in Bilbao that aims to become a creative city, Euston in London, another station that is completely changing because high speed is somehow arriving there. The Trafaria area out of Lisbon, where a university, Citadel, is under construction in a former prison. And the Amsterdam Science Park, which is a university park that somehow is under construction and needs also to rethink its relation with natural environment, being one of the last green areas outside Amsterdam. So this is a model that we built within T-Factor, and please note that everything I'm saying here you will also find on our platform, okay, on the T-Factor platform. So if then you want to study more in depth these contents, you will have full of resources, of course, of support. So let's say that what I want to share here with this slide is just the fact that somehow the effects of meanwhile uses can be seen, of course, at master plan level. Okay, so we are first of all aiming at influencing and orienting master plan on some specific uses or regarding the attraction and engagement of some specific targets in the area. But then, of course, through the meanwhile uses, we will influence some more thematic missions the project is going to focus on, okay? And through these missions, we will then also contribute to grand challenges at transnational level that are somehow formalized with the Sustainable Development Goals in these years. So just a focus on the method and on the attention we are having on the so-called infrastructuring concept. By infrastructuring here, we do not mean physical infrastructuring, okay? But we are somehow trying to focus on what can contribute to improving collaboration, innovation opportunities, and somehow really the yeah, I will say the mechanism of generative mechanism of creation of new content opportunities programs within the regeneration project. So we take from Adam Thorpe, our colleague from Central St. Martin, this concept that basically is divided in three layers. The relational one, that are all those activities you can activate with meanwhile uses that can create shared trust and value, okay, and somehow aims at building collaboration and participation amongst participants. So with relational aspect, we're talking about all those activities that might really help people meet, talk, and understand each other. Okay, just to simplify. Then we have the operational infrastructuring that is really about capacity building and creating all the conditions to have enough resources, both intellectual and physical resources, to build somehow meanwhile uses and create innovative uses in the area. And then we have an higher level that is the strategic level, that somehow is what meanwhile uses can do to align agendas and combine resources towards collective impact. Okay, so here we are really talking about how we do facilitate the alignment of different actors' visions around some specific, for example, missions, okay, or around some specific activities that the regeneration area wants to focus on to somehow build its own identity or its own program. So then a more thematic focus on the missions, okay? So of course, missions differ from context to context, but we can say that there are 6 areas that we identified being very common in most of the regeneration projects, and around which meanwhile uses can somehow develop. Okay, so you see them here. They are also related with sustainable development goals. But of course, these are related to improving the quality of life, so everything related to well-being, health and safety, equality, inclusion, making places. So really, this is about, as I was saying before, building physically a space, but also making it recognizable and accessible to a wider public. Attaining sustainability, well, Kaunas on that Ruth already said will focus a lot. So everything related to sustainability, energy, decarbonization, biodiversity, and I would say air and soil quality. Then growing prosperity, well, that is the aspect most related to economic growth, of course. And attraction also of new business and enterprises in an area. And then cultivating innovation. So everything related to really research and innovation and how to stimulate that through meanwhile uses. And of course, last but not least, building communities. So how do I create or attract communities of practice around the area? So how does an area become the home of some specific themes that are brought by some specific actors that are knowledge bearer, let's say. So, of course, the mission-oriented approach, as Mazzucato says, applies to the whole economy. Here we are focusing only on what meanwhile uses can do on missions, of course, to contribute to missions. So now let's focus a little bit more on what we did in Manifattura Tabacchi to give you a more practical example of this. So somehow in Manifattura Tabacchi, we, in the first, let's say, period, okay, in the first years, we are shifting from a broadcasting to an on-demand to a platform model, okay? So we somehow use this metaphor from television or I would say online networks. But what does this really means? It means that somehow when starting really living in the area and giving, offering a cultural proposal to the city of Florence, we somehow produced ourselves as Lama in that space a cultural program. That was because it was an empty space. There were many actors we could collaborate with, but those actors weren't already in the space, okay? And there was, first of all, the need to constantly animate and incrementally attract publics to the space, okay? So somehow our first aim was to really go beyond the sensation that the Florentine people had of that area as something far from citizens and somehow isolated. Then, when somehow we gained momentum around the area, we started the on-demand approach. So we started really mapping and engaging all the cultural and innovation actors in the wider area around Florence, I would say, whole Italy, in fact, and even beyond, to somehow propose their contents in Manifattura proactively. And so we weren't producing that, they were producing that, we were giving the space and helping animating that, okay? But also to start living in Manifattura. And that brought to, I will talk about it also later, all the living and maker space called B9, which is just the name of one of the buildings in Manifattura Tabacchi. We kept that. And so basically through this experimentation, through this on-demand approach, we started really creating the opportunity to host labs and ateliers in Manifattura and really build a community that is living in there, okay? I mean, during daylight still. And then we are moving toward, and we are not completely there yet, a platform approach, okay? Where basically we are reducing contents produced, okay? So we are stepping back somehow as orchestrators of meanwhile uses. And we are really hosting contents produced by others by providing the platform, I would say, the relational and operational infrastructure that might make this happen. And in our case, it is a space in a new building that is called NAM, not a museum. It's called not a museum because we are focusing a lot on art and craftsmanship in the Manifattura Tabacchi project. So just maybe on a wider view on how this influences the master plan, you can have a look at this slide, okay? So you see, basically now we are between year 3 and year 4, okay? So we are moving from the meanwhile to the temporary phase, okay? And we really are activating now some definitive spaces and some relative functions, okay? Even if some of these functions are still moving around the area with a nomadic approach in order to be agile and to adapt themselves to the real physical regeneration that is undergoing in Manifattura Tabacchi. So the idea, okay, was to, in the meanwhile, build somehow something that created the interest and attracted all the communities. In the temporary, to create the platform that can make all this machinery work independently, okay? And then this will also lead toward the sales and marketing aspect and to the building of a legacy that goes beyond sales and marketing per se, but really is embedded within the city culture. Imagine that in Florence, we are really stuck to Renaissance, culturally speaking, so it is important to have something that talks about art, innovation, that is contemporary. So somehow, this is also a legacy we would like to leave with the project. So now, since I think my time is almost over, I would like just to share some examples, not only from Florence, but from the whole advanced cases of T-Factor of meanwhile uses. So just one point, with meanwhile uses, we use 3 other categories that are important to know: prompt, regular, and stable. When we talk about prompt are events, pop-up activities that happen really to somehow bring a team or a public in spaces or even outside the spaces, okay, but related to the regeneration project. The permanent is somehow more physically stable uses, okay? So if I open a museum or a co-working, well, that's a permanent space, okay, and a permanent meanwhile use, okay? And the regular are somehow the recurring things, like festivals or like, well, any kind of activity that might happen more than once in time, but maybe are not physically stable, okay, as a shop, okay. So just some example, and then I would like to leave space also for questions and integrations on the theme from you. So here I just share some prompt, regular, and permanent uses. Okay? So one prompt use that normally might happen in many different ways is the informal consultation of citizens, of neighbors, and of specific groups of stakeholders. Okay, so this is important, and it's usually done even without meanwhile uses to collect feedbacks and indication on the master plan and somehow also influence it. But why we are putting it here? Because this can be done also through meanwhile uses. So somehow one of the most common meanwhile uses we found in our research are related to forms of consultation. And this is a photo from Manifattura Tabacchi. So somehow you see these are the neighbors really that lives around the area and that wanted to know what was happening there. So there was really a free debate between the management and all the neighbors and neighborhood associations. Then there might be some collaboration programs between industry and academia, an example. And this is a case that comes, in fact, from a pilot case from Milan, where there have been some events to really activate collaboration between students, industry experts, also through open calls and competition to somehow answer to challenges related to the area. This happened, for example, also in other contexts like Huch in Poland. Okay, so I mean, we here the slide is about mind, but this is common in many of the cases we studied. Then we have open call for meanwhile uses. What the most relevant in our research is the Pla Buits empty spaces program in Barcelona. And basically there is an open call where first some empty spaces or some unallocated spaces are mapped, and then some temporary uses are created through an open call mechanism. Okay, so this is very interesting because somehow it creates immediately ownership and it generates bottom-up innovation. Then there are everything related to guided tours, walkscapes, so somehow the act of walking, okay, and of sharing stories around the area to weave together the past and the history and the heritage of an area with its future. Okay, so this has been done in almost all the regeneration projects, just because people want to see what is the area about and what it will become and what it was about, okay? And so this also can be a way to inquire all the themes and hot topics related to the area with a wider public. Then we have some uses that really start being physically there, even if not in a permanent way. Like one very interesting from King's Cross is the skip garden. Okay, so a garden made up of a series of skips, okay, and semi-mobile structure that could be moved around during the regeneration project, and helped also some of the citizens leaving the place before the place was over, before the regeneration project was over. So, of course, gardening in the city is something common, but the association with the regeneration project is not always that common, and it can be an easy way to really enter in contact with the space. One thing that you won't find here, but somehow is related to this, is beekeeping, okay, on roofs. which is also another activity that by linking mankind to nature can also help reconnecting with the regenerated area. Of course, there are festivals, any kind of festivals. Okay, so we call them festivals of learning. They can be on several different themes. Like these two photos are from Manifattura Tabacchi, and this was a festival about sustainability and citizen science, for example. But doesn't matter the theme. Okay, of course, the themes of festivals hosted in a space are related to what that space wants to become. Okay. But of course, festivals are a way to attract key stakeholders, actors that know about the subject you want to work on in that space in the future, and citizens and interest groups. So these are all, festivals are always a good way to start generating this kind of interaction, and I can say are one of the most powerful relational infrastructuring tool we might have in our uses. And then we have arts programs. Okay, this happened all in many cities, in Florence, in Huch, in London, in Marseille, in somehow also in Barcelona, in Dortmund for sure. So this comes from King's Cross, the example you see here. But the point is that the arts program, art in general, is a good way to discover, rethink, relook at spaces. And public art is even most important because it's not normally closed behind doors, but it's open to everybody. So it's a way to, through art, rethink, regenerate spaces before the physical implementation of the regeneration starts, or even during the physical regeneration.
Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I think you cannot see the chat, but Marius says that your time is over, so we should wrap up for question and answer.
Yeah. I know I was a little bit, let's say there are many others, okay? But please go with question and answer. Sorry, I was a little bit long.
Much for your presentation and the insights you shared. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time for questions and answers, so we have decided to ask you some of them in the roundtable discussion. And for the time being, we're gonna go and continue to the other presentation we have. So the next one is going to be a video, which is called Participatory Temporary Cities, Cases from London, King's Cross, and Dalton. This presentation is being made by Peter Bishop. He's a professor at the Bartlett School of Architecture, University College of London. He has a lot of experience in urban planning since he worked almost 30 years in London Council as an architect. In 2012, he also co-authored the book and published, which is called The Temporary City, which had a great influence on meanwhile uses and activities. So I welcome you to listen and to see his insights and presentation.
I've got about 10 minutes. This is a really quick whiz through a couple of case studies in London, which are slightly different, I think, different perspectives. Just to reflect, I mean, I wrote the book, The Temporary City. Gosh, it was written 8 or 9 years ago. I think at the time, it was almost one of the first books that had tried to find some kind of common elements between temporary interventions. I mean, it now seems an awful long time ago, and there's a huge amount of research that's happened since, and a huge amount of practice. So I'm going to talk about 2 case studies in London, but I'm going to start off by just talking about general terms about the nature of the city. And I think this is important because the key thing about our cities, which we know, is they're never complete and they're always adapting. And they're very, very organic. I mean, good cities, I mean, the kind of examples we've just seen are the ways in which you use the organic nature of spaces and people's interactions as one of the key elements in building strategies around temporary uses. And though this slide is absolutely obvious, it is extraordinary how few people in practice really think about their work as part of a continuum which started with context and ends with opening up opportunities for the future rather than closing them down. Design is four-dimensional, and that's the big shift in thinking, I think, in the last 20 years, that this idea of the time element, which has been, and in many ways still is, neglected in practice. But three things. Good design builds out of context. Its spatial context, its social, its economic, and its cultural, and its political context. Good design enables what happens next. It's open-ended. And it recognizes it's part of a sequential set of interventions in the city. And good design also thinks about what happens in the interludes in between different parts of the evolution of the city. And the two examples I'm going to use are one in Dalston, which is a project we did at Design for London, and the other one on the King's Cross scheme, to try and demonstrate these three different layers. But first of all, your temporary activity, it's an intentional interim. Everything is temporary, but it is intentionally thought of and designed as an interim with a big question mark as to how long it lasts or what happens next. And it can be spontaneous. I mean, stuff happening in the city by the minute, people using spaces in different ways. It can be state planned. I mean, the city of Paris has done some quite interesting things around changing the nature of space seasonally. The Paris Plage, for example, creating a beach along the Seine. It's been used as strategies. This is the temporary rebuilding of the city centre in Christchurch after the earthquake, where the real benefit actually was the re-establishment of civic life after an intense public trauma of an earthquake. It can be used as a case in London of three examples of the same site. It was a car park. It was used as a community lido, a community gardening centre, and as a community bar. It's now being developed. And this is sort of three different ways in which a site is used while we're waiting to see what's going to happen. And it can be kind of wonderfully spontaneous. This is the work of Rebar in San Francisco. Their hypothesis is that if you put enough money in the parking meter at the beginning of the day, you can park your car there, or you've basically rented a piece of city. And what I've always liked about temporary uses is it allows a challenge as to how we value space within our communities and within our cities. And what has emerged during my own period of practice, my own sort of professional life, has been a really interesting shift of design away from a single element where you're designing a spatial piece of the city, whether it be a building or a public space, and increasingly towards thinking about how you manage the city and how you curate and how you stimulate those spaces. This has actually become a far more interesting area to operate. It's made our lives a lot richer. We're now working with artists, theatre managers, events managers, installation people. And it's made our cities far more interesting in design elements than purely thinking that your work as a designer finishes when you hand your plans over to the contractor. So two examples. First of all, in Dalston, we started with a design philosophy which embraced this idea of tactical or interim urbanism, and working deeply within the DNA of that community. Poor community in just north of the centre of London. And we start off, I wanted to value what's there, nurture the possible, define what's missing. And this, to me, is a kind of good practical working methodology in terms of how you define temporary uses in an area of change. They fit extremely well into open collaborative working. All the work we did at Design for London was based on design charrettes. We'd rent a shop, we put our design teams down there, and we'd spend 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks down there, talking, arguing, drawing, drinking, partying, walking around the area. and building up a multi-layered idea as to how people saw their communities. And as Laura said, I mean, the great thing about temporary uses is it's relatively low risk. You can prototype, you can experiment. If it works, great. If it doesn't work, it doesn't really matter. You move on. But what it does achieve is a degree of community resilience and confidence and capacity building, which otherwise wouldn't be there. And I'll come on to that at the end. This is Dalston, area in transition, under development pressure in North London. We started off with our architectural teams and first of all mapping the area. Mapping and recording was an absolutely key element of all of our work, really understanding how the area worked and what we'd inherited. We were valuing what is there. We then looked at working within what's missing and working within the possible and coming up with really simple diagrams that we could talk to people about and involve them in decisions about their estates, and then turning that into a series of actions, taking up this idea of the incremental or tactical urbanism, putting the neon back on a cinema, putting in rather nice painted street names on buildings, but also discovering spaces which have been left over, owned by the public authorities but abandoned, opening them up, designing them with the community, building, in this case, a community garden, putting in events, working with events managers, the local theatre group to bring people in and get that ownership. Just around the corner, we developed a new square, but then brought in Andy Shepherd, the jazz saxophonist, with 200 other saxophonists. We had a party, we had an event, we scheduled events to highlight that this was a new space here to be used by the local community. And then on other days, we used soft play equipment to change the nature of the space. So this is choreography of spaces. These are a whole sequence of small temporary uses within the same piece of city, carefully managed, carefully curated, carefully designed to try and actually create a momentum and a sense of community ownership. And then finally, we looked at ways of recovering parts of the highway, annexing in terms of new planting, encouraging tables and chairs outside, trying to turn London into a cafe culture. And the key thing about this was, none of these interventions was particularly important as a single intervention, but collectively, it started to change the whole way in which people saw their community. And the final thing that happened in Dalston, long after as a design team we disbanded and we went away, there was a threat to that community garden. The local supermarket wanted to develop it as part of the entrance to their supermarket. The community came together, they fought it, and they won. And that, to me, is probably the most important legacy of the temporary activities. We built political awareness, we built capacity, we built confidence, and we left behind a community that had a set of skills which allowed them to look after their own interests in the future, far more important than any of the design interventions we did. Another definition of temporary activity, a set of choreographed future phases. It can be the ways in which we're beginning to see architecture. And one of the really interesting developments in the design of a lot of commercial buildings now in London is, good architectural practices are thinking about a shell which might have 4 or 5 different uses over time. We begin to build in flexibility. We begin to realize that this is a lot more sustainable, and the carbon costs of a building that can be continually adapted and reused are considerably less than a big solid piece of architecture. Take that into the way in which you see the city. And I think the temporary activity works very well at the local level, where you start to dissect the city. You take it apart. You examine its particular elements. You work out what isn't working, and you put it back together with the local communities in a way that might be more effective. And with it comes this idea of alternative master plans, where you build up 60, 70, 80 small actions, can be sequenced in different, they can be implemented in different sequences, they can be built out over time, they can take different funding streams, they can be opportunistic, but slowly, slowly, they build new pieces of city in a way that in the present uncertainties, it's very, very difficult to come up with 5, 10-year programming strategies. We don't have the public funds, but the public funds are there if you can tap into them sequentially. And so a similar example, I think, to Laura's diagram in many ways, but this idea that this came from the Temporary City book. This idea is not about doing something temporary until you can do something permanent. Actually, there's no difference. The bottom diagram, this idea of you start something, some things work, some things don't work, some things become actually rather permanent, other things become so successful they move. But the prototyping and the experimentation takes you off into different directions, and that is the interesting thing. You have a broad goal, but quite often you try something that makes you redefine what your end product might have been, and you try and incorporate it within it. Then the final quick example is the King's Cross development. Big commercial development right next to the University of the Arts in London. Roughly 27 hectares of land, which became available 20 years ago. And in thinking about how we tackled this regeneration opportunity, we came up with a set of key objectives. We started with a blank piece of paper with the developer. And we said, what is a good piece of city? We defined objectives, and we did a huge consultation exercise where we spoke to 30,000 people personally, to myself as the planning director and the developer, over the course of the negotiations. But the key thing was that we identified from this was this idea that King's Cross should be another piece of London. It wasn't going to be something like Marina Bay in Singapore. It wasn't going to be something like Midtown in Manhattan. It was going to be organic, like the first slide, organic and constantly able to adapt. It was going to be inclusive. We agree, one of our early slides, we agreed with the community is, we want a place where you're encouraged to do stuff. You're not told not to do stuff. And then we built up a basic master plan with, in consultation. We talked about key moves and understanding of how you start to construct a spatial master plan in a very public way, so people can understand and contribute to the reasoning behind it. And one of the key early moves was to recognize that this was not a blank canvas. And it comes back to an early slide. We had context. This area had been redeveloped constantly and adapted over 180 years before we became involved in it. And therefore, recognizing the context and realized that we had a really rich local heritage, which was valued, which contained memories, and incorporating it and embedding it in a development was key. And recognizing that if we kept the historic fabric, we could develop a piece of integrated city around it, where that historic fabric would have rationale and be embedded. And the reason for going over this, it goes back to this idea, this continuum, going back in the case of King's Cross, the 1820s, we were just stewards of this piece of city for a very, very small part of its history. We had a responsibility to build on what had been there and develop it further. And the key thing was to come up with a master plan that could be adapted by the next generation. And we adopted a simple idea of a number of development zones within which you could slot individual buildings. And in 20, 50, 100 years' time, you could take these buildings out and replace them without demolishing the entire site. So it was resilient. And we modeled the master plan up to 250 years in the future to look at ways in which the next generations could constantly adapt this piece of city and actually turn into something which was fit for purpose for their period, as opposed to something which we designed for the early years of the 21st century. The final master plan. And then within it, we thought about the interims. We thought about what do you do as development is taking place. The developer committed to producing a set of temporary installations. This was an old petrol station, turned into something called the filling station, which is a restaurant and cafe. It lasted 2 years and it's now been developed. It was part of the story. We had a skip garden where community farming can be, farmed in building skips and then moved around as development takes place. And that's still there on site. And in particular, the developer committed to choreographing events in the public space to generate footfall and generate excitement. So we're thinking on layers from one event lasting an afternoon through to a skip garden that could be moved over 20 years as development was phased, to thinking about how the development might be adapted in 50, 100, and 150 years' time. And a whole series of other temporary uses, which were temporary. The swimming pool, you could swim in King's Cross for 2 years, that's now gone, and that's fine. It was part of that story that was unfolding. And that's the final master plan for King's Cross. I think that's my last slide. So thank you. That's my last slide. Temporary city, infinite possibilities, is fluid. And actually, to pick up a sort of slight variation of what Laura said, it's about tolerance. It's about places where you allow stuff to happen that you hadn't thought of yourselves. That makes cities actually rather good places to live in. Thank you.
Well, I really hope you enjoyed this presentation, and when it will be possible, I really highly recommend you to visit this place, King Cross Station, because it's marvelous, it's beautiful, it's full of activities and people, and it's just a great place to be. For the time being, I do invite you for a coffee break, and we are gathering here in 20 minutes, and the coffee is here behind in the kitchen area. So see you in 20 minutes. Welcome back. Please take your seats. So the next part of the session is also going to be a video, which is called Participatory Meanwhile. Welcome back, everybody. The next part of the session is going to be a video, which is called Participatory Meanwhile, Cost or Opportunity in Urban Regeneration. It's going to be a part of a broader conversation between Filippo Adari from Plus Value and conversation with Giovanni Manfredi, investor and CEO of Manifattura Tabacchi. This discussion is interesting because most of the times we're talking about the opportunities, but not so much about the costs of meanwhile uses and their implementation. And this is one of the most important questions and topics that is being asked by the investors and the developers. So therefore, I invite us to listen and to get some knowledge about how it's being done and funded. Enjoy.
I'll jump immediately into the topic. The title of this session is on meanwhile participatory meanwhile uses, if there are costs or an opportunity in urban regeneration. And I think we all agree that meanwhile uses are important, and at least on three levels. We know that they can impact on the marketing activities of an area. We know also that they can contribute to manage the conflict and to build consensus with the citizens, and we also know that they can also build the pilot of final uses. So they are the spark of the uses of the regeneration intervention. But this implies that we have to invest in meanwhile uses, and we can invest on different degrees according to the type of meanwhile user we want to realize. Phrasing in other terms the title of our session, the great question is that is if meanwhile uses are like the cherry on top of the cake. So if there is, yeah, great, we're happy. But if not, you at least have the cake, so there's no problem. Or if meanwhile uses are a fundamental ingredient of our cake. So if we don't have, it really changed the taste of the final product, so the cake. For trying to answer to this question, I'll be helped by Filippo Adari, who is CEO of Plus Value, and Plus Value is also a key partner in T-Factor. Filippo will spark the conversation with our distinguished panelists that I will introduce now, helping with some provocations to stimulate their reactions and listen to their suggestions and ideas about the topic. Our speakers are Giovanni Manfredi. He's managing director at Ermont Capital. So I think we can leave the floor to Filippo with his provocations and trying to have this conversation. The format is the three speakers will have 10 minutes to react, and then I'll leave to some Q&A time with all the participants in this meeting. So thanks, Filippo. I'll leave the floor to you, and we'll hear with pleasure your provocations.
Thank you, Marco. Thank you, everybody. Good morning. I've been tasked to provoke our speakers, and so I prepared my script. But after listening to all these morning interventions, clearly I realized that my provocation is definitely necessary. Very interesting ideas and examples, but I believe my job is to play the devil advocate. I mean, we have been working with plus value, with investors and urban regeneration, big players, for the last 5 years. I describe my job as swimming with the sharks, learning how their feeding habits not to be turned into their next meal. What does it mean? It means that when we work with very serious, big regeneration projects, we work with hungry, driven players, animals. And watch out. I mean, there is no difference between the public and the private, by the way. They just have different feeding habits. The ones of the private, it's more on the profit. The one of the public is on the political consensus. But this is a reality check that we need to have in mind, and we are not going to change their acquisitive instincts. Moreover, we have two more problems. On one side, we have COVID, which is taking a massive hit, as it was mentioned by previous speakers, on the value generation and sustainability of those projects. I mean, construction sites are stuck. There is an increase of costs, plus people cannot use them. So that is a massive problem, I believe, for meanwhile processes. But also there was one point raised by several speakers, the value of meanwhile projects to build trust, ownership, let's say also to manage the risk of having the community to backfire. Now, how do we match this with the rise of populism and constant and systematic distrust by the public towards big projects led by the public or the private investors? This is serious stuff. Now, in our experience, we learned over these years that there isn't a magic formula, there is no model, there is no map to follow. But a very simple principle has to be, is a guiding star for our work, that you need to align public and private interests. Investors understand and have interest, and they are very happy to generate public value when this is aligned with their own plans and interest. And this is possible, as for instance, the good example of the one in the Amsterdam showed, and there are many others. Now, to do this, we need to understand the value of these meanwhile projects in a very realistic and concrete way. So, for a moment, idealists, shut down and let's have an hard conversation. So my questions for our speakers, who actually represent a wide array of public and private investors, is about the value of meanwhile interests. How do you value, how do you define value those meanwhile projects? And how do you measure it? And measuring means not writing a nice glossy report for the public. It's also about reporting to your shareholders who want to understand why you are spending time and resources on those projects. Moreover, when we talk about value, it seems that those meanwhile projects, except for some visionary, enlightened, or crazy investors, they tend to fall on the shoulders of, or it would be more correct to say, in the budget of the public authorities, especially local authorities, or in the budget of philanthropic institutions. And if you're lucky, on the CSR program of corporation. Is this realistic and sustainable? Especially when we talk about long-term large projects. I think this is probably enough. If you will be able also to make references to the two issues. One is COVID, but the other one, and we must recognize it's transformative within the European context, is the European Green Deal. And so the green agenda, or the transition towards the green agenda, which is going to influence, although it's in infancy, and might play a very important role in giving value to those meanwhile projects. I stop here, and although I keep the role to, prop you if you don't answer as you should. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Filippo. Thank you very much. So, Giovanni, the floor is yours. 10 minutes to react.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'm the shark. So when I like Filippo's introduction because it's refreshing and it goes straight to the point, which is something that I deal with every day in my role. I follow a large development in Florence that Marco is familiar with, and I think what Filippo mentioned goes right to the heart of some issues that I face, because we're investing a lot of money in meanwhile uses, and I have to justify that to a number of people, right? Mostly to my investors. Why do I need to spend those millions of euros? Because that's the order of magnitude. It's not 100,000 euros, it's millions. And on the other hand, to the neighborhood, the stakeholders, right? So very, very refreshing. I will try and go, straight to the point. How do you measure the value of meanwhile uses? I think meanwhile uses have 3 different kinds of values that must be measured differently. The first one is a financial value. What my investors, pension funds, are chiefly concerned with. They invest their money here because they need to pay their pensions. So financial is the one that I feel I should speak more about because it may be, what I'm able to offer the more detailed perspective. The second type of value is, once you accept that we have to generate a profit in order to do our urban regeneration project, you can argue, however, about the quality of that profit. That profit may be more sustainable or less sustainable. And I think if we as investors, we are able to accept a lower profit if it is a better quality profit. So that's the second value, I think. The second type of value is a sustainability value. The third value that I see is a social value, what Filippo mentioned in his intervention. So what we do on temporary activities may create or destroy a lot of value for other people, for society as a whole, externalities, right? So these are the 3 types of values that I see. And like Filippo, I think there's a bigger discussion here, about how capitalism prices externalities, right, that we don't want to go into right now. I don't think it's the purpose of this discussion, because we could go on for hours about, how things are priced in a capitalistic society, and is it the correct way to organize a society? That is a discussion we're not going to go into. So we take for granted that society is capitalist, that I need to take my profit. That profit should be as sustainable as I can make it. But at the moment, I don't benefit from positive externalities in the same way as I'm not penalized by negative externalities, other than from an ethical point of view, right? And hopefully what I'm saying makes sense. It's a bit theoretical. I wanted to go in the financial value, so the first one of my three, and explain how I see, the financial value of meanwhile uses. I think, and many of you will have heard this before, but I'm a real estate investor. We invest in real estate. The old saying goes, real estate has three value drivers: location, location, and location, right? They say that is all. Everything else you can change, your location you cannot. Well, to me, that is really where meanwhile uses have a value. They are one of the few levers that we have as real estate investors to change location. I think the other two are infrastructure and anchors, right? I think with meanwhile uses, if they're done well in the way in which Marco has described, so they communicate, but they engage, and they are a prototype. They can really change where we are, right? Where we invest. That is how you measure the value of meanwhile uses purely in a financial point of view. So if you take the sharks, even the most terrible sharks will invest in meanwhile uses if that means that your location becomes more rich, more vibrant, more diverse, more interesting, right? So I think one of the questions for that Filippo posed was, who pays for it, right? If you are an ugly, evil shark, the answer to that question must be your customers, right? You run a business, forgetting about everything else. You need your customers to pay for that extra cost that you are doing. So that's the kind of the ugly truth, I think, as Filippo described it. So we need to sell for a slightly higher margin in order to justify it purely from a private capitalistic point of view. The good news is that investors are changing their perspective. So luckily, many of our investors, they're no longer the ugly, rationalistic, pure profit sharks. They do value the quality of the profit that they will generate, or the return that they will generate. Therefore, luckily, they're happy to pay some of their value because they see that, they're happy to accept a lower financial return because we're doing something good. No? That is the third. That is the second, and it's also a big financing source, because if you can finance yourself at a cheaper rate, then you can invest money. Social is the real bit that is difficult to finance for a private investor like us. But this is where there could be a positive collaboration, as Filippo says, with the public, as long as the interests are aligned. So that's a little bit how I'd like to answer. I want to say one more thing. Maybe two, actually. One is that, Filippo mentioned the distrust of the public versus a large project. and I can see that. You know, I have it myself when I look at large projects that I'm not involved in. I think in Florence, and maybe here Marco as a Florentine can comment, Manifattura Tabacchi is quite well received. You know, we have, you know, surprisingly, a very good relationship with most stakeholders, the administration, the neighbors, etc. I think one of the reasons is that we have done the reasoning that Filippo has said very early on. So I think we're clear between us as to what our roles are. What is the role of the administration? What is the role of the private investor? And what is the role of the neighbors? And we have a dialogue without hypocrisy, no? I mean, if you pretend that you do an intervention, if you're a private person, a private organization, and you pretend that you do an intervention purely for social purposes, you're lying. And I think people feel that. So I think having an open conversation about the topics that Filippo has mentioned has really at the basis of this thing in project where there's a private component. So I think people know that we have to do a project. They accept it as a profit. They accept it as a constraint. And that is the basis on which we can try to do as good quality a profit as we can, but also we can engage to try and generate the maximum amount of positive externalities that we can, as opposed to negative externalities. So yeah, I think this is quite hard as an answer, I think, Filippo, but I hope you were looking for that and not me shying away from my responsibility. I have a heart as well as a person, so I could tell, you know, much more interesting stuff. I had prepared actually a much softer, richer speech, but I think it's more interesting if I do the hard part and give you the ability to retort. Hopefully, I haven't exceeded my 10 minutes.
I hope you did enjoy this presentation and learned something that will be useful in the future. The next presentation that we are going to have is an online presentation, which is called Houston City, How Meanwhile Use has been considered within the development plan for Houston. The presenter is Teresa Gallagher, Houston Manager for Camden Council, London. For this session as well, you may ask some questions using Slido platform. And in the end of the presentation, if we still have some time, we will try to ask those questions, and if not, we will postpone it for the round session. Enjoy. Few minutes of delay, so please be patient, and we'll be back to you as soon as possible. Due to some practical technical issues, we are going to switch the presentations. So instead of Teresa, now we will have Aista's presentation. So Aista Lukaševičiūtė, Head of Investment and Projects Divisions at Kauno City. And she will tell us more about Kauno Aleksoto's Innovation Industry Park. Please, welcome.
Okay, so just 1 second, and we will start the slideshow. So generally presenting the industry park. This is a project that we would say started in 2016 when Kauno City took over a military area which is situated in basically Kauno City center, very close to the center, like 5 minutes away, and also very close to other important facilities such as universities, train station, bus station, has great connectivity to central lines of entering the city. So this was a unique opportunity for the city, and very rarely you can see this amount of free unused area that you can complexly develop in basically city center. So this also gave us a big challenge, deciding what would be the best use for this area. We had a design competition, suggestions for different uses, from maybe making a stadium in here, making an arena, or maybe dividing the site and making this residential area. And eventually the decision was made that this should be a place where we would promote high value business and work in collaboration with universities. The area is 30 hectares, but at the same time, it was a huge challenge because there was no underground infrastructure. And despite the area being so well situated, it could not be used until we sort out some legal and technical issues. So one of the legal issues is that despite municipality having the right to use the land, it didn't have the right to rent it and offer it to the companies coming in. The second problem was infrastructure, which was not at the time in the site. So what we did during last 5-ish years, we have started investment. Total investment in this area for this period is almost 20 million euros. 13 of those would be EU funding, and 7 million would be Kauno City and other source fundings. So what we did, we spent a few years installing all underground infrastructure necessary for this site. We divided this large plot into 8 smaller plots. Also created all ground infrastructure, streets, pathways, cycling infrastructure, and all the underground infrastructure, which is water supplies, sewage, electricity, central heating, natural gas, so anything that an investor coming in would need. All the infrastructure is gridded inside the area, and whenever investor comes in, we are sure what kind of power we can provide and how fast we can offer additional electricity, water, or whatever he may need, how much time it would take, how much it would cost, who would cover that. So this is the first step to provide more attractive infrastructure for the investors. Second part is what we call flex start building. This is a very unique building. Anyone who has ever been to this area probably has noticed it. And it was very interesting and useful at the time, but it's impossible to use it at the moment because this is a one-story huge building, 16-meter tall ceilings, which are inefficient and hardly usable at the time. So what we are aiming to do is we want to create 10,000 square meter two-floor building, which would be adapted to the investors' needs, where they can find blocks from 1 story to 2 stories, from 800 meters to 2,500 or even more, because the walls separating separate blocks can be removed according to the investors' needs. The first floor would be suitable for small-scale manufacturing, research, and office in a bit, and the second floor mostly would be used for office. Why we need this kind of building? So despite having an attractive place, good infrastructure, maybe even some incentives, you need to bring in life to start the development of this park. So when we communicated with Kaunas Technology University and other investors and startup companies, we see their point that when companies start in, let's say, university, they develop inside the academic infrastructure, and growing. At some point, they have to step out of the university, and then they lose the connection with researchers, and they face this bottleneck point where they are not big enough for big infrastructure, but not small enough for university. So this Flex Start building would be a second phase, let's say, for those who are leaving startup infrastructure. And also, this could be used for companies who are entering the industry park for the time while they are building their own infrastructure. This was very much visible with large companies such as Hella, Continental, and so on coming into free economical zone. While they were establishing, it was around one and a half year, and they need a local office. The closer they are to their construction place, the more suitable it is for them. So what will we do in the science park? So we have a list of smart specialization topics that we intend to work on. So one is life science, second one is automotive industry, and also information and communication technologies. The topics, we didn't select them ourselves. We worked in cooperation with Invest Lithuania, the National Investment Agency, which gave us guidelines considering the amount of academic potential that we have, considering the professionals that could be working in the park, and what is our best shot in the topics. So this is how the areas were selected. But at the same time, when we are making a list of areas where we want to work, it's very important to have some freedom, because in the Vismaliukai case, which is the closest thing we have to, let's say, innovation industry park in Lithuania, they had this problem that they set kind of clear indicators where they want to go to, and they were kind of strict. So a company coming in, if they do not fit exactly to their measurements, they are, let's say, forced to choose Varšuva or Riga instead of Vilnius. So we want to have a smart specialization, not to shift into industry totally, but at the same time, we need to have some flexibility. An important thing, how we define what kind of activities will be allowed in the industry park, it's innovation and innovative production. So that means we are not only limiting ourselves to the R&D, the creation of innovation, but also the small-scale manufacturing. And we have to keep in mind, since the territory is in the city center, let's say, surrounded by residential areas, so we have pollution requirements. It's a low pollution zone, so the industry should also fit the pollution criteria. This is, as I told, this is a very unique opportunity to develop a 30-hectare area in the city, which comes up rarely, that kind of opportunity. So we did our research to actually look at the surroundings, at the environment, the accessibility of that area. We looked up on how the establishment of this park would affect the Aleksotas and the whole area of the city. So we prepared an urban development strategy, analyzing and making some guidelines what kind of industry park we would like. So one of the first things that we indicated is innovation district versus innovation industry park. What is our aim is not to have free economical zone, high manufacturing area. We intend to gather different companies and have this coffee machine type of conversations to start up new ideas. Also, it is very important to note when we are talking about supporting use, meanwhile use, and main use, is that this is a city area. So unlike free economical zone and many other innovation industry park or innovation districts, which are situated outside of the city, when this happens, they need a lot of external support. For example, if you would go to Vismaliukai, you would see that the area technically in Vilnius requires you to drive around 1.5 hours, 1 hour from the city center, which means there's nothing around, no opportunities to have children garden, no opportunities to have cafes, restaurants, or anything like that. So it means you work in an isolated area, the same like Kaunas Free Economical Zone. In our case, sure, we will obviously require some meanwhile and supporting uses, but the fact that the city is so well connected and universities are so well connected to this industry park, that gives us great advantage. Also important to note that the developing will go in phases and the park will grow. So we shouldn't have this false illusion of establishing everything at once. The park will be growing phase by phase, so like we're talking in this project, for a while some part of the site will not be used. And most likely we will start in the right side of the area where the flex tire building is, because this is our first stepping point and basically the entrance to the area. When we prepared this urban development plan, for us it was important to provide, let's say, some guidelines for operator and for companies coming in. What we want to have in this area is human scale infrastructure, which is accessible and attractive, because this is not an industrial area, let's say. This is a place where we expect high-level professionals working, and they seek to connect their daily life, free time, and office time all together and work flexibly. So we aim to provide guidelines how the construction should be carried out, how the maintenance should be carried out, how the green areas should be carried out, and you can find the urban development plan online to look it up. But it's also for us important to note that the aim of this area is industrial and R&D. So everything in this park have to work for the main purpose of it. And if that requires some security or confidentiality restrictions, that should be implemented according to the plan. So where we are and where are we going? We started the idea, the initiation of this park, the formal initiation when we could start the procedure was in 2018, when Kauno City Municipality decided to initiate the park. Then we prepared the feasibility study, which proves certain indicators that allow us to create this park. And last year, the government made a decision to give this project national importance status, which means this project belongs to the state level project, and also set the boundaries of the park, which gives us the right to move forward to the phase where we are now. It's preparation of Aleksoto's industry park development plan, which is the main document that will define everything that we will do. And after we have this document confirmed by the Minister of Economics and Innovation, we officially start establish the park, the decision to establish the park, and we are then allowed to have investors coming into the park. As I told you, the implementation will be carried out in 3 phases. This is the government decision on how we have to carry out and what kind of KPIs we are working on. So the operator of the park will always have to, manage if a company coming in brings one KPI high and the other one low, then he will have to look something to scale it back. So basically, what are the indicators and what are we aiming to do in 25 years? It's private capital investment, number of new jobs created in the area, salary rate coefficient, which means that averagely people working in the industry park should get at least 1.2 times more than average person working in the city. It's comparative because the salaries are growing. Also, we have indicated a number of researchers that we seek to have working in the area, and a number of study and research departments establishment, which means cooperation with universities, co-working together, and business incubator establishment. It means the Flex Start, where we will host startups as well as other companies. Last point, where we are now actually, is the development plan. So just yesterday, we had our first meeting with a company that will be preparing the development plan, which is Civita with partners. And the development plan, we expect to have it ready and submitted to the Ministry of Economic and Innovation in 6 months. And that is a lot of work to do by then, because generally the development plan is a Bible for us. We put everything in that, including KPIs implementation. We have the KPIs set, but we have to set more. It's 10 years, so we have to put a more strict plan how we implement the KPIs. What are the requirements for investors coming in? Because now we only have the specialization that we are working on, but what will be the criteria, how we choose which company is the correct, who will choose? Because of course, it's not just a municipality topic, it's national importance project, so there should be other parties involved in the selection of companies. Procedures and rules of becoming AIPP company, which is very important because for investors, 2 things are very important. How they become, what is the procedure? It should be very clear and accessible to everyone. Everyone should know what are the rules, what you should do, who should you address to become the company. And the second topic is how fast you can do that. So the timeline should be very clear. When you provide your documents, what happens, who decides, what the decision is based off, and how fast you can enter the park. So our goal is that the company, as upon their approval, it should not be more than 6 months until they can open their establishment if they are building something. That's the goal. And if they're entering, that should be no more than a month. Also, we, in the development plan, we aim to indicate what should be the collaboration, how we should collaborate with universities, with social partners, with companies who are our main clients, and how we attract them. Because there are a list of, in every sector, there's a list of companies that upon their entry, they are a catalysator for other companies to come in. For example, automotive industry it was not strategically planned to have automotive in Kauno city. It's just that working with Invest Lithuania, we attracted large investor who attracted other investors, and this is how it escalated into becoming one of the main topics of Kauno city. Another important question that should be solved in the development plan is the incentives. And unfortunately, unlike free economical zones, the industry park cannot get legal incentives. It's not in the investment law, unlike for the free economical zone, like taxation. So we have to think of what is the package that we will give to the investor, what is the price for the services he gets, that on one hand it is aligned with the law of competitiveness, and on the other hand it is attractive and suitable for the investors that we want to have. Also, so all the list of services, prices, how, who, when provides it, what is the demand for infrastructure, additional infrastructure other than we have now, including clean rooms maybe, including equipment maybe that should be used, maybe some free access infrastructure that would attract the key investors. And finally, temporary and supporting use is also in the list of things that will be described in our development plan. That's it. Any questions?
I think perhaps we may leave the questions for the roundtable discussion, right? Yeah. Thank you, Aista. So now we're waiting for Teresa Gallagher to join in through Zoom, and we will hear her online presentation about Houston City, how meanwhile use has been considered within the development plan for Houston. So the moment she's connected, we will put her through the translation. One of the pilots in this project, so it's really interesting to hear their experiences and also perhaps something useful for us to learn from. So I know Teresa is here already and she's ready to do the presentation. So enjoy, and also if you have any questions, write them down, and you can also post them in Slido platform. Thank you. And
hello everyone. So just checking if you can see my screen at the moment, if the technology's working. Sorry, I'm getting everything's repeating for me. Okay, I'll try, and then we might have to see what we can do. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. So my name is, thanks for the introduction there. I work in the Houston team for sorry, I'm not quite sure what to do because there seems to everything's repeating after about 30 seconds.
Start the presentation. We can hear you and we can see you now.
Would help with that.
Hello, Teresa. You may start your presentation. We can hear you and we can see your presentation on the screens.
Hello, hi. Okay, the issue is though that after I speak, then I'm hearing it played back to me. Okay, I'll try again and see.
We would recommend that you turn all the YouTube and Facebook tabs if you have them open, because
to introduce
the reason why
we talk about meanwhile in policy at Euston, I thought it would be helpful to explain the context here. So Euston is in the London Borough of Camden, which and it's a central London site. The main drivers for the development here are the HS2 rail project. That's a high-speed rail project linking London to Birmingham, and that is with its terminus at Euston Station. So that's alongside the existing Euston Station here, which you can see in this kind of buff colour, and then the new HS2 station is adjacent to it here. So that's, and then there is adjacent to it. That's where the land has been taken, and where we see as a council, despite the impacts on communities, trying to make the best of it and to create an opportunity to grasp the opportunity for development. So just to set it in some more context, you can see that the station comes into a dense urban area here. The new station has a huge impact on local communities, and there's lots of open space. There's a long construction programme, and that obviously has a big impact on the local communities. So having said that, there is the scheme is happening, and it is about delivering the best opportunity for local communities. It's worth highlighting the number of what we term knowledge quarter institutions in the area. So you've got the British Library here, got the Francis Crick Institute, Research Institute, Wellcome Trust, headquarters along Euston Road here. So as part of, so in terms of then what that opportunity could be and what that could deliver, we as a council have developed what we call the Euston Area Plan. So that's part of our development plan for and long-term planning framework for the area. So on top of the station and tracks, so this area here, that we've identified the opportunity to provide between 2,400 and 3,000 new homes, 7,200 and 13,600 new jobs. We identified those links to the knowledge quarter, opportunity for new retail and food and drink, and then also importantly the opportunity to create and activate routes through and across the station where it has traditionally acted as a barrier to local communities. I think the timeline of the project is important in explaining or leading to why we think that meanwhile use is so important in this area. You can see that the High Speed 2 first started to be talked about in 2009, we as a local authority adopted the Euston Area Plan in 2015, and work started in 2017. We're now in 2021. The earliest date we have for completion of the station works is 2029. So it's a long time frame, so you can see why that kind of meanwhile condition is so important to us. I think others have covered this in earlier presentations, but just to kind of highlight some of the important issues we see that meanwhile can help to deliver. So looking at social value, it's an opportunity to build relationships with the developer and the local community. It can deliver on community priorities, test uses and ideas, and support local communities to build capacity. And then importantly as well, in helping to deliver inclusive growth, which is really important to us. So making sure that those communities either side of the development benefit from what's happening there. So thought it was important to highlight as well. So we've been working closely with local communities, and we have what we call a Euston Residents Advisory Group. So that's that's with 30 local residents. They're demographically representative of the local area, and through a series of workshops and exploration and using kind of a citizen assembly model, one of the key themes that they identified was ensuring that Euston remains a place while development is underway, and they identified the important role that meanwhile uses can play in that. I think so. I was asked to speak as well about the policy framework for meanwhile uses at Camden. So I think on a borough-wide basis, we've recognised the importance of meanwhile uses by enshrining it in our local plan or our policy planning policies. That's in relation to new cultural and leisure facilities, and also with open space. And I think there's kind of the picture around meanwhile uses and policy is kind of evolving all the time, and we're developing alongside that. So I referred earlier to the Euston Area Plan, which is that long-term planning framework specifically for Euston, and within that, it did highlight the importance of meanwhile uses, and also it kind of stated that we would look to, because I think sometimes one of the challenges that people face when it comes to meanwhile is the planning framework, and that there needs to be kind of there are set uses, and certain uses are protected. And I think here in Euston, we've recognised that there may need to be some flexibility where people are applying for temporary uses, and as we want to support those uses that enhance vibrancy and vitality of the area. Alongside the Euston Area Plan, there's a draft planning guidance which provides more detail that sits with that, and we've got the planning brief which sets out that meanwhile uses should be a central part of construction planning and process, allowing spaces to evolve. So importantly, using them to test uses and create spaces over time, and setting the tone for the future. Important, and another thing was that we recognised as important was having a strategy for selecting and cultivating appropriate meanwhile uses. So within that, so that was quickly ran through the planning framework, but in how it operates on the ground now, we're at a stage where we haven't received the planning application yet for the works, but the HS2 works are happening. So there's a kind of a complex governance process where there's lots of these different organisations involved. We've got the Department for Transport, Camden Council, Lend-Lease, who are the developer. We've got the Mayor of London, so the GLA, Network Rail, who operate the existing station, and the HS2, who are responsible for delivering the new station. We've got the community panel that feeds into that, and that governance structure helps to kind of support and deliver meanwhile uses and to address some of the challenges that have been identified delivering meanwhile uses at Euston. So not to dwell on these, but I think there'll be ones that lots of people are familiar with in delivering meanwhile uses. We've got the limited space and uncertain timeframes. So we've tried to think about what does meanwhile use mean, and consider it in a broader sense about the range of spaces, activities and durations, and ensuring that the community have an input and a say in what happens in the meanwhile. We've been doing a lot of work to understand and bring together expectations of stakeholders. So be that the community, be that the delivery organisations, and sort of try to have some agreed objectives that we're working towards. And crucially, we're trying to identify the all opportunities for meanwhile spaces, and to perhaps start small so we can build confidence and develop the processes to ensure that it's easier in the future. So then I think we've brought the contractors into the conversation as well. So ensuring that there's an opportunity to identify spaces as early as possible in the process, so we can respond to that. I think as well the other thing is about trying to work with shifting programs and timescales and developing a shared understanding of those. And then lastly, we've identified funding, and that's something that all of the partnership organisations need to work together to fund and support, and I'll say a bit more about that later. So this just shows how meanwhile use sits within the governance ecosystem for the Euston project. So we've got the Euston Partnership Board at the top here, which includes all of the partner organisations, and then there's a number of panels that sit underneath that. One of those being the place and social value panel. So that's looking at how the development and the various projects deliver placemaking and social value at Euston. A subgroup of that has been established, which is the Meanwhile Use Working Group. That's looking at trying to come together to try to address some of those challenges that have been identified. I think it's just highlighting that together the partnership here with these terms of reference highlighted the importance of meanwhile use and land use at Euston during construction, and trying to ensure that construction synergies mean that impacts are reduced and that mitigation is delivered, and that meanwhile uses help to benefit the local community and deliver on their priorities. So the aims of that group are to, as I've referred to, coordinate and importantly consider the equity of access to spaces and uses. So it's not just about who you know or being in the right place at the right time. So we're trying to ensure that there is that opportunity, that fair opportunity for all. We're trying to join up and make links between various projects that have synergies and that can build on each other rather than kind of starting from scratch. And then it also does allow for that delivery of shared objectives. I think there's a role to play in coordinating the community engagement and ensuring that the community have a say in this, and that conversations build on one another rather than start again. And our colleagues at Central St. Martin's working on T-Factor, Adam and Rhiannon, have been key to that and are helping to develop those conversations and projects. Another key function is exploring and identifying opportunities for funding and ensuring that there are trying to have a log of existing opportunities and also existing projects, so we can respond quickly and we can ensure that even if the space is only available for a short amount of time, that we have projects ready to go and that we're able to deliver on those. And then we're there as well to offer individual project governance should the projects that are identified that need it. I think covered that before, so we've got in terms of membership, we've got the partnership boards, contractors, the T-Factor team, and then there's other voluntary and business organisations that are already doing a lot of work in the Euston area that are really supportive of local communities. So while we're not wanting to do on to people, we want to work with those communities, to work with the community, with those community organisations, to work with their membership and their service users in order to deliver, and meanwhile users that deliver on their priorities. Then as well, there's the consideration of when and how we involve the community in this working group, and whether I think the working group is more of a kind of that strategy group. So I think for the community, it's about more at this stage them getting involved in individual projects rather than that kind of the coordination of the work. And I think we've identified links into the community review panel, which is part of the Euston governance structure. So just to conclude, I think I said I'd come back to the funding issue, and I think there's a range of funding that has been identified for meanwhile projects at Euston. There's the budgets within the contractor team, so whether that's for corporate social responsibility or whether it's offered, its resources offered in lieu of that, so whether it's time that professionals can dedicate to projects. There's also funding that's been identified by individual partners, and that may be then aligned to their specific agendas, but that's what the conversation for the group to have, and trying to identify a portfolio of uses. There's also high-speed 2 mitigation funds, so that's funds that the project has made available to community and business groups to try to mitigate some of the impacts if they've been affected by the construction along the route. And then there's also non-specific funding that can apply to. So recently, the Mayor of London, the DLA, had a pot, the Future Neighbourhoods pot, which the council have worked with partners, including Central St. Martin's, our colleagues again, to deliver improvements in the local area. So that concludes the presentation, and apologies for the technical difficulties at the start. Yeah, happy to answer any questions if anyone has any.
Thank you, Teresa, for your presentations. It was really nice to hear your experience, and thank you for your time and everything you shared with us. We're gonna make some question and answer session after this with you. So if the audience has any questions for Teresa, you may ask now. Anyone? All right, I do have a question though. I was wondering, the concept of meanwhile uses, where did it come from? Was it was the top-down approach, or it came from the bottom up? Who initiated it? Teresa, could you hear me? Teresa, could you hear my question? Perhaps I should post it on Zoom. Since we are not sure how to communicate with Teresa so far.
Hello, sorry.
Okay.
Now, sorry, that was...
All right. Okay. Shall I repeat my question, or you have already read it on on Zoom? Anyway, I can repeat. I was wondering actually that the concept of meanwhile uses, had it appeared as a top-down approach, or it came as a bottom-up approach? How did it begin? Can you elaborate a little bit and tell us?
Yeah, so I think you understand you had a video from Peter Bishop earlier that highlighted meanwhile uses at King's Cross, and I think that was kind of one of was a really successful example of how meanwhile uses were used, and I think through that was very much led by the developer. It wasn't secured through planning policy or anything, but people, I think, as a local authority, the local communities recognise the success of that, but also recognise that the meanwhile uses could deliver more for the local community. So as it's become more commonplace to have meanwhile uses, I think it is something that the community are really cognizant of, and it's something that they've highlighted in their conversations to us about that meanwhile uses are an opportunity to mitigate some of the impacts of construction and also to deliver on some of their objectives. So I think that's quite a rambling answer, but I think it's a bit of both. So we are recognising it in policy, but also as well the community are telling us that it is something. It's an opportunity that they would like to see us deliver on.
And I also guess that it's always great to see successful examples, right? Because they do help to convince others of the benefits of meanwhile uses, also for the community and for the city itself, right?
Absolutely, yeah. And I think everyone recognises that. I think there is a balance to be struck between that kind of developer profit, what the developer wants to deliver, and then also what can be delivered for community priority. So that's important, and I think that we see our role.
Thank you. I have another question for you. So as we see, Houston City is a great example of a successful case regarding meanwhile uses and its implementation. But I was wondering, it was a long process, right? So there must have been some mistakes made, or there must have been some things that didn't succeed, or perhaps there were some things that you learned during the process, and next time you would do something else, somehow else. Could you share some of those experiences with us?
I think one of the big challenges, especially at Euston, is the complexity of the project and the number of delivery stakeholders there. So there's not one organisation that is responsible for this land. There are a number of interested parties, and it's trying to bring the right people within those, which individually are huge organisations, trying to get the right people from those organisations involved in the discussion, and recognising from an early stage the importance of meanwhile, especially where we're talking about complex rail projects here that have got their own drivers that aren't necessarily those development ones. So I think it'd be trying to bring everyone together at an earlier process and have those conversations as early as possible.
Okay, thank you so much. Are there any questions from the audience? If not, then we will round up the session. And thanks again, Teresa, for your time and for the presentation. Good luck. With the rest of us, now we will continue and go to a roundtable discussion. It will last for 1 hour, and people who made online presentations will be also here with us. So you will have a chance and opportunity to ask what you didn't have chance to ask during their presentations. We also have prepared some questions, so I invite Ruta to come here, and we will start the discussion.
Okay, so can we have ar mano mikrofonas veikia?
Mikrofonai veikia?
All right, so I guess we have some people in the virtual room, which was not the presenters. So I know that we have from Lithuania, Algirdas, which is representing Lithuanian Design Association, and other partners from T-Factor project. I would like just shortly to say hi to everybody, and to invite to discuss all together on a few questions that we have prepared here. So if we do not have some questions from the audience, we can proceed with one of the questions that we have prepared. Maybe we can start, yeah.
Okay. I have a question for Dario and Laura, that during your work, especially being so much involved in T-Factor, I suppose you have a really great and broad knowledge about the situation of meanwhile uses and temporary urbanism across Europe. So I was wondering if you have noticed so far some kind of tendencies regarding meanwhile uses, and perhaps you could share it with us.
I start. Maybe Laura, if you want, then you integrate. Well, I can see basically, and it's not recent. I think it's in the last really even more than 10 years. There are, let's say, two families, I would say. One is really all the meanwhile uses that in many cases do not define themselves as meanwhile uses, but are more related to really the occupation, both legal and partially legal, okay, of spaces, to somehow propose really social activities. So this comes from Berlin in the 90s, I would say, as the first mapped experiences, and are really related to creating value around the space and the community, okay, but do not have an aim, I would say, of placemaking, okay. So they're not developing a product, okay, but they're really developing some social activity, social proposal, social innovation. Now, in the recent decade, and King's Cross is somehow a lighthouse on that. There is more, I would say, even functional. even functional approach to, can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Even functional approach to meanwhile uses as really a mean for placemaking in this sense. And so one tendency is surely the fact that this is growingly become part also of marketing and attraction strategies. Okay, so somehow the meanwhile uses is losing. Okay, is initial, I will say, a revolutionary power. Okay, and is somehow more structured in a way to be harmonic, I would say, with the development of these building sites and of these regeneration sites. On the other side, and this is also in the more structured experiences, meanwhile uses are also a space in between in which rules are maybe a little bit less rigid, so there's more space for experimentation. So this also gives the opportunity to developers and also to public authorities to really experiment practices that wouldn't been have experimented otherwise. Okay, so also I would say we are reaching likely a greater level of maturity of the practice, a consolidation that somehow makes it a little bit more normalized, but also the practice being consolidated becomes recognized as an experimentation space. So we can see this in many different spaces. And yeah, I can say, if I can see a tendency looking historically and how it evolved, is this. Please, Laura, integrate what I said. I know I was very general.
No, thank you, Dario. And sorry, can you hear? I hear a bit of echo, sorry. Good morning, everybody. So thank you, Dario. Well, I would just add a few words about this. More than a tendency, which you are right. I mean, what we are observing is that temporary uses are increasingly on some agenda across European cities, especially right now in the post-COVID situation where we have many spaces that are empty and we need to reactivate. And I mean, the key discourse is really around how temporary uses can actually become a way to revert decay and abandonment, and therefore to bring back value to space. The problem is that if you do that and you only concentrate on temporality as a way to create value, then the key question mark is what happens next when permanent starts to be there, and who will appropriate that value that is created most of the time collectively. So I think that there is a frontier that is yet to be explored there, which is about looking at temporary uses basically as a way to decrease the risk and the cost of doing experimentation, really, to give power to communities and to unusual suspects to really experiment with new proposals, with new services, with new functions, doing that with less cost, less risk, and use this time to basically understand whether an idea, a new proposal is worth to become and stable uses and a stable reality in the city. And in order to be able to do that, indeed, we need to work on key aspects such as regulation, policy making, capital deployment, because we need to create the conditions through which communities, actors, businesses can actually access space in more, let's say, in a more easy way, with less cost, with less risk, and therefore look at this time to really have the chance to experiment. So that, I would say, is still something that has to be emerged, because we have to create the enabling conditions for that to happen.
Yeah, indeed. From what I hear, I would add as well that perhaps temporary uses can have permanent value to the place, right? And perhaps the use itself or activity goes away, but the influence and the change it made during its existence, this is something that can become more permanent. Yeah, Thank you so much for your answer.
Okay. I would like to extend a little bit the same topic. If we're speaking about temporary activities, meanwhile spaces, which actually from the developers or landowners' point of view brings benefit for the infrastructure, let's say, because the value in some time raises thanks to these temporary activities. But while speaking with the potential implementers of meanwhile uses, the main question is how meanwhile can become permanent. So this is the first question from those that would like, maybe, or would be potential implementers, and which is the benefit from their point of view, how we can see the benefit in the meanwhile uses, and where in the context maybe where this methodology for city making is not so many diffuse, so maybe we can have something to share from advanced cases. Do we have somebody in the discussion? Or the virtual room is on? Okay.
Advanced cases that, sorry, again, a bit of echo. Okay, thank you. I think what we have observed in some of the advanced cases is that indeed, when you do temporary uses, you raise expectations, right? You really raise interest and attractiveness and so on and so forth. And the whole point is that there is someone there who is basically facilitating a whole process of community engagement and community building through placemaking. And when temporary uses actually come to an end, the risk is that that facilitation process stops, and in a very, let's say, immediate way. And the risk is that you start losing the positive, let's say, kind of social relationship and social dynamics that you have created. So some of the advanced cases that we have studied, we have seen that they have tried to somehow leverage also some legal forms to try to continue and to keep that facilitation ongoing. So, for example, establishing foundations or establishing district cooperatives that could engage different types of actors in keeping on that facilitation and community building, also by investing on new services and products for the neighborhood and the broader areas, or even cooperatives, as in the case of La Friche, which is quite an atypical case, because in La Friche, it's a big, let's say, a huge regeneration process where the meanwhile is really embedded in the everyday of the way they manage the space and the community in there. And they have this cooperative form that actually include all the relevant stakeholders of La Friche in the daily management and decision-making of the place. And it's quite an interesting model to look at. Hope I replied somehow.
Thank you, Laura, very much. Maybe we have others who would like to contribute to the same question. Okay. So then I would like to ask to Algirdas, Lithuanian representative, which is probably the only one in this group of virtual room. Algirdas is representing also the Association of Cultural Creative Industries, and usually meanwhile uses are implemented by the representatives of cultural creative industries, of course not only, but very often. So Algirdas, maybe you can share from this representing this wide community of cultural creative industries and design, how do you see this the possibilities of Lithuanian actors from CCI in participating in this meanwhile uses and the city making of new territories in Lithuania using temporary urbanism?
Okay, so thank you for the invitation and for possibility to share the ideas and the experience. So, replying to both questions, I have some thoughts. And the first thing, what is creates value in long term? It's the emotions. Then you're using something very meanwhile, but your emotion stays with you for a long time, and the places creates association with like vacations. You remember most of your vacations and good vacations, and so it's the same with meanwhile users. The place will stay with you for a long time, and I think it's big value for in long term. And also, if we go to creative industries, so the main issue with creative industries, which is not established creative industries like opera which is like very agile, live, new industries, they always lacking of spaces, lacking of possibilities to perform. And it's most often problem. It's real estate or place where to perform. And another point is that original place. Not the common things which we see every day, but the place which also inspires you or facilitates different view, different approach to the problems. So for creative industries, such meanwhile places, it's very good scene to perform, to come and to invite the people. Because it's new, it's uninhabited, it's unused, it's provoking, and combining it with the culture which it creates in these meanwhile places, with the memories, and adding some strong gravitation points in these places which will attract people after meanwhile using, some usually it's food places or community center or whatever, who still facilitates the exchange of the people, exchange of traffic, creates a good future, let's see, orientated possibilities. So from my side, I think.
Thank you, Algirdas. And what do you think? What would be needed for Lithuanian creative cultural industries representatives and actors to actively involve themselves into the delivery of these meanwhile uses?
I think it's entourage, but we have example. Let's say in Vilnius, the prison, which is closed, and now it's open for all creative minds who wants to come and perform. And it's very some I would say shelters from the rain and from the snow. And there is an infrastructure for performing arts. There is sound, lights, and you don't have to if you are, let's say, some performer, you don't have to invest a lot in the infrastructure. You just come and use it. So, and I think main factor is some, let's see, premises or environment which is doesn't be expensive. It could be very permanent, just like tents or things which is creates spaces. Okay, space dividing, space possibilities to gather together. And I think it's main factor which starting point, and after that I think it grows, starting to grow. People bringing own stuff, people bringing can create like community. You giving starting phase some place, and then community builds, and it brings stuff with them. It attracts the players and other players who brings adding value. It's like Lego bricks, yeah, together, creating a game, and creating and I think the most important thing is not try to manage, I would say, the direction. Let it flow, like facilitate different, and some will die and some will survive. Not expect that 100% will thrive under some conditions. It's and I think it's very important. It's a time frame and the point of view from how far you are viewing. Not trying to fix things or to have ending result, because it's process. Trying to let it go and not to get result in final result, but to get the result in some frames of time which you can evaluate.
Thank you, Algirdas, very much. Do we have questions?
Yeah, I was wondering actually about the conversation between the decision makers and creative industries that has to happen at a certain point in order to get their attention, for example, because I suppose the top-down support is necessary for creative industries to have space and enough room to implement their ideas. So I was wondering if you can share with us some experiences you have. How does this conversation with the city, the councils, the governments, whoever is involved, those authorities that do give the permissions for these creatives to come in such places, how does this conversation happen, where to start from, and how to continue it in order to achieve those results?
So usually it's a lot of stakeholders, and there is now just municipality and creative industries, and a lot of influence from not direct participators. So I think it's the most important thing to choose a facilitator, the right facilitator, and to choose the player who will facilitate all the things. And I don't believe that this facilitator can be, let's say, government institution, or it should be outsider, and they who has like issue to survive, and it's to be agile, and government can like give an infrastructure, but not and funding for like events or for other stuff, I think it's another place, another question.
Thank you, Algirdas. I know that we have Patricia, which has joined our virtual room. So maybe Patricia could comment on some of questions that we have discussed, or maybe you have some topic to share with us. Okay, we have lost Patricia. So actually, I can see that it is really challenging to manage all this discussion in a semi-virtual blended way. I guess we received a lot of information and covered a lot of topics. So I would suggest to finish, maybe to wrap up and finish our first session a little bit earlier. Thank you everybody for listening. Maybe we have some last questions from the auditory.
I have a question maybe.
Okay.
Can I ask or ask? Any of the speakers are still connected, or like what's the situation?
Yes.
Okay.
We have
one question I have. Obviously, we talked a lot. You presented a lot of projects and etc. And it seemed like the scale is one of the questions that came to my mind, because it didn't seem like the idea of temporary place making or making places is applied to any sort of small scale project. So can you, maybe some of you, I don't know whether that was the Peter from King's Cross project or Dario or whoever, could comment on the scale of the projects and how can that actually influence this idea of actually investing into managing risks in that perspective. And I also have a few more questions, maybe, if that's okay.
Very well. Please, could you present shortly yourself, just from where you are?
I'm seated just right here. My name is Karolis Kinčius, and I'm here with the Ministry of Environment.
Yep. Thank you, Karolis. So please, somebody maybe can refer.
Please feel free, anyone who has any thoughts, to just speak up.
Dario, we see you already.
Okay, we cannot hear him. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Ciao, and thanks for the question. Super relevant question, I would say. Maybe Dario can also add. Well, I think what we have been observing is that indeed the scale has a lot of importance, right? Because the point is that, okay, small scale temporary uses are indeed important. They create opportunities, they create value. But the huge difference is where you really have the opportunity to implement, as Peter Bishop also said earlier, an orchestration of temporary uses. So you really can intervene over different types of spaces, whether, I mean, streets, squares, gardens, buildings, and whatever, to really create a sort of connected yet different spaces that try to respond to different needs and to different audiences, whether, I don't know, in terms of creating more social relationships and therefore contrast isolation, or creating opportunities of income, or create opportunities for upskilling and reskilling. So by actually creating that orchestration with different types of strategic objectives that are connected, you start to begin an entire transformation of how people interact with a place. And this is where really you can bring about massive impact in terms of creating, rewiring local economies, contributing to sustainability, contributing to inclusion and cohesion. So the scale matters, indeed. That would be my answer. I don't know, Dario, if you want to add something.
Well, yes, thanks, Laura. And thanks for the question. I fully agree with what Laura is saying, but let's take other cases in which we have small-scale interventions, okay? So in these cases, the main issue is, of course, resources. No? Likely the project might be less attractive, or might be less recognized even locally. So some examples I can see also in Italy relate somehow to the commons approach. Okay, so in many cases where size also of the place is more manageable also by a group of local actors, it can be interesting to have a public-private partnership in which privates can be even social organization or citizen organization. So, of course, this cannot be compared with the orchestration of meanwhile uses on wider scale Laura was mentioning, but in many cases, and especially in more internal areas, even rural areas, this is often a solution, okay? So somehow, in that case, the owner of the place just tries to reach an agreement with some groups that co-design what that space might be and activate some temporary uses to test that. So that is possible. Of course, it's more limited in terms of reach and potential impact. Still, is very interesting because it introduces a level in which the small tenants, okay, basically try to self-organize. And somehow the small scale is also the way in which really many bottom-up experiences have been experimented. So that is possible. That can be also done with, I would say, a direction from a public actor. Somehow Plabwitz in Barcelona has some components of this because there was several small unused spaces, okay, even if in that case the area was under regeneration, so that was a large scale anyway. But it is to say that I think the approach is still relevant also for small spaces, keeping in mind that the level of investment and the kind of engagement is surely different. I don't know if I answered that, but it's just to somehow touch another point yeah, on this.
I have another question because I think you, Dario, and Peter discussed like master planning as one of the key also ingredients to this whole process. And we obviously, like in the ministry, we deal with territorial planning, which is sort of a zoning and about the legal status basically of these sort of instruments. So I was wondering how these master plans actually relate to the zoning plans and what legal sort of weight they carry, because Peter talked a concept of interim master plan. So I was wondering how that actually differs from your master plan that you were talking about basically. Maybe if you could comment.
Well, I try to answer most directly from the let's say the experience also in Florence. Let's say that in general there is I would say a loose definition of some yeah uses of areas or buildings that makes it possible to host several kinds of activities for experimentation. That being said, the legal framework to allow temporary uses in many cases are underdeveloped. So this is really, I would say, an area, an horizontal aspect that is relevant for many different contexts. So for the moment, what's happening in some cities is just that the final destination or the destination of use, sorry, the destination of use of buildings or areas is not defined in a way that somehow contrasts the potential uses you can do temporarily. That being said, that is not fully a solution. It means that sooner or later a definition should be there, and likely meanwhile uses can also orient that. But changing the destination of use, at least in Italy, for example, is very complex. So it's not something you do in one day. You see, so normally what you try to do is try to adjust what you can do with flexibility, remaining legal. Okay, so not going against the law. But yeah, but that's really, I will say, a patch you put on a problem, okay, not a structural solution to the problem. Regarding the relation between the destination of use of an area and of a building, well, that changes a lot from case to case, but what I can say, especially in the Manifattura Tabacchi case, is that there should be a strategic consultation also on the area when the reuse of a building is done. And this is related, first of all, with I would say, territorial planning and services you bring to the place. Exactly how it's happening also in Aleksoto. No? So the work is starting underground to bring somehow basic services to the area to make it usable for the uses that are intended in the master plan. So, of course, the two levels should talk. And that's fundamental. Otherwise, there are problems in territorial planning. So that's important. I don't know if Laura, you want to integrate on this, or even Patricia, because in fact also Patricia brings all the experience from Lodge. So if she's back online, maybe she can also say something on this, I guess.
Okay, it seems, Dario, you covered it up. And do we have other additional questions?
I don't know, maybe? Well, I have so many thoughts, but like maybe I can skip. I was just thinking like that in this sort of concept, like when you're listening about this whole thing, it seems like everybody wants to win in this situation, or at least the aim is for everyone to win. But in the end, who's the big winner? It seems like the business are. So that's kind of I don't know. At least at this point, because the sort of the future of this, like where's the future, seems like it's an open question, and which is not answered like particularly. So, but obviously we need to have questions, and then we can answer them maybe in the future. But yeah, from me that's it for now. Maybe just one thing I was thinking about the Aleksoto's case, because with all the other examples you had, like quite heavily dense places with like lots of functions already around, and maybe also residential buildings around, also local communities. With the Aleksoto's place you have like open brown field which has nothing, and it seems like to start this sort of conversation, and you have to I don't know, like have big initiatives and like temporary infrastructure that could actually facilitate this thing. So what challenges maybe you see in Kauno's case, and what things maybe they should look as risks, and maybe as some additional things to think about, because they don't have that local context, particularly in the area. And that will be it from me. Thank you.
Carlos, thanks.
Maybe. Wait, I hear myself back. No, now it's okay. Just one reaction to the first part of your last intervention. Of course, in where there are private investment, it is likely that the return is on private. Okay, but I think the paradigm should be what are the co-benefits that are generated in each of these interventions, okay, and also the co-benefits of meanwhile uses. So the old paradigm, which is still valid, is there is compensation. Okay, so I do something there, I gain a profit from that, but I don't know, I will help the public by delivering, I don't know, social housing. It's just an example, okay, and that is relevant and still valid, and it's very important. On the other side, the point is, what are the actions that by delivering a benefit to the private actor, okay, are also delivering a benefit to the public actor and more in general at delivering social value. And there are many, okay? So we should not think only dichotomically about an opposition between the two agendas. There are many points that are in common, and basically those are the points on which the co-investment should happen, okay? So it's complex, it's more complex than this, of course, but it is just to say that I guess really also meanwhile uses and in general orchestration as a practice should work toward that. Which is likely to be an area to be also somehow expanded in many regeneration projects in the future. Well, and regarding the brownfield aspect, I would like a lot to visit and understand this better. But from my understanding, it is not far from the city, the area, even if it's a brownfield. So this means that there are many activities serving the city and the citizens that might be developed in there, even in the case of an industrial park, okay? Because an industrial park means new jobs, new services, new knowledge, and this knowledge might be open to also local citizens and to local educational institutions. So I don't have a specific suggestion to give in this moment, but I can say, yes, it's a brownfield, but from what I see also from the presentation of ISTE before, I see it very connected to the city fabric. So I think there are many opportunities that can be investigated and developed.
Thank you, Dario. Do we have something?
If I may add as well to this question that, oh, I'll do this, okay.
Yeah, I also would like to extend Dario's thoughts, and I support very his words, which just, there is no one beneficial player in such games. And sometimes I like to use like temporary places in, for example, we have special economic zones, and for government it's very clear. Yeah, we give for business something with discount, with big discount, and they are investing in special economic zones, and it creates an top-down approach, like municipality or government creates streets, infrastructure for the business, and just giving the land for free or to develop things. I think it's the same with temporary places. It's not, maybe it's not 5 years or 10 years like in economic zones, but maybe 1 year, 2 or 3 years. But it's the same. You give the infrastructure, you give discount. And yes, some, I think, investments will get returns and some will die, but it will create the life in this place. And so we don't have to look like is one winner in such cases.
Yeah, if I may add about the space itself, I think indeed, Kauno's pilot has a very different context from other cases, but that's what it makes it so challenging and interesting, right? Like, we do need to understand what we have here very, very well. And we need to understand what are the needs and what are the possibilities to implement the meanwhile uses or any kind of activities with what we have if we cannot do anything more, if we cannot build, if we cannot provide some long-term construction there to host, to work as a shelter, right? So what can we do with that brownfield? I think it's like an extra challenge, but it can also teach us a lot how to deal with these places, because we are not the only ones. Perhaps there are other cities and other places, especially in Lithuania, which is not such a densely populated country and not so densely urbanized. There are a lot of empty spaces, so how to deal with those empty spaces, how to regenerate, and what kind of meanwhile uses could be used in those cases. I think this is a very relevant example in the whole scale of Lithuania.
Yeah, actually,
we need Olympic Games or World Expo, and you have perfect place for Olympic Games and or World Expo exhibition. And after short term of use it for exhibition, you will get infrastructure for long term.
Actually, we have discussed about this topic several times with different people, and here in these days we have one guest from our foreign partners, which is Marta, which had a workshop yesterday. So we were speaking with her about the Lithuanian case, which is really different from others like London, Amsterdam, where exactly what you were mentioning, that the context is completely different. First of all, the population density is different, and the place itself is more acquainted with meanwhile. But on the other hand, this Kaunas case is somehow even more interesting, because where we have the culture already diffused, maybe there is less space to do things, and somehow we have like I don't know how to call it, like a empty page where things might happen very well, might happen less well. So the question was formulated, another question that you formulated was really important, how we should start. Because I think the first, and we already know because we have started, and it is really a challenge to make a first step, because when you start to open the territory and start to, how to say, tell the potential collaborators for meanwhile that you can go there and do this. So at the beginning it's really hard, but when the voice is beginning to spread, I think it's like in management, when you have to reach a certain percentage of people that believe one concept, and then it grows. So what we could do, what I have heard from advanced cases, so first of all, I guess we can think about Meanwhile Council from different representatives that already maybe know something about that, and which are interested in this territory, so different stakeholders. So yeah, we have, luckily in this project we have several advanced cases from which we can learn. So we can, we will maybe contact different people that gathered there afterwards and think about how to proceed. We have another participant, Patricia, welcome. If you would like to share something, please do so. You're on the screen. Patricia, can you hear us? It's frozen. I think there is some internet connection problems. Okay. So to wrap up, thank you everybody for participating. We will have a lunch break, so I'm inviting you still to come back. We will have a second session that will be completely different. And just for the wrapping up, here we are having this event today. We can call it a meanwhile use, which has become permanent. It is a small-scale example, because here within this building there was no such project and such place designed before. But as within KTU, we started to have a strategy to develop design direction, and before this direction wasn't developed within university, we have brought a Design Library Kaunas project, which is a cultural project in this place physically, in order to start building design community and building design culture. So what has happened that after a few years, actually, if people, maybe Algirdas can confirm, if people from or Vilnius or other cities, we are thinking about Kaunas and design, we are nominating this place. So this is a very good example in a small scale how temporary use of infrastructure, which maybe didn't design the specific use, brought also a new identity to the place. So this is for the final comment. Thank you for participating, and please, we would like to welcome you to have lunch and informal discussion.
And we're coming back here in 1 hour, 2:30, and we will continue. So welcome everyone for the second session of this forum. Now we are going to have an online presentation called Public Participation and Engagement in Multi-Stakeholder Collaborations. The presentation is going to be made by and prepared by Anita Kulzinska, Associate Professor at the University of Łódź, Eva Wacher, Associate Professor at TU Dortmund University, and Patricia Wojtaszczyk from the city of Łódź. You may also ask the questions using Slido platform or in the end of this session. Thank you and enjoy.
Much for the invitation. I'm going to share my screen with our presentation for today. So we will start to talk about the different ways that T-Factor is supporting pilots. So we will talk about the support activities. And the first support activity that we are presenting here is a review that we did on public participation and engagement in multi-stakeholder collaborations in AIIP. I hope you can hear me and everything is good. So this presentation is a co-work process with Anita from University of Łódź and Patricia from the city of Łódź. And what we will do is we will briefly present you this form of support activities for T-Factor, which we frame as transformation labs or T-labs. We're going to present the review that we did with very briefly statements about the results. And then we will also talk about some recommendations and envisioning follow-up activities. So what is our role in the project? T-Factor has these transformation labs, which are thematic clusters, so to say. And our team here, so the two municipalities and two research institutions from Łódź and from Dortmund, we represent the thematic cluster of social innovation and social inclusion. And you can see that there are 6 other T-labs. Marta, our colleague, will present her work in T-lab 3 after our presentation. So what did we do, and what is the value and the quality of participation? Why do we work on this topic? And of course, there's a rich history for participation, especially framed as the so-called deliberative wave in political theory. But on the other hand, it's also really a growing practice field. And we just state here a very recent publication from the OECD on innovative citizen participation in new democratic institutions. And what we can see is among all the OECD countries that since 2010, there has been a notable trend for public authorities to increasingly use representative deliberative processes for public decision making. And a growing number following this, and the range of policy issues addressed using representative deliberative processes has been wide and increasing. And the issues that are embarked most upon are, of course, the ones that have direct impact on citizens' everyday lives and those to which citizens can easily contribute their personal opinions and experiences. And that is why urban planning is really the policy issue that is seen most among public participation processes, especially on local level and regional level. So what to do about Kaunas, or what did we do for our assessment? So the aim was basically to see how the possibilities of participation are framed during the regeneration, and also to see what kind of possibilities are there for participation during the lifetime of AIIP. So how does it relate to the innovation model as well? And we did it in a way that we asked the local coalition in Kaunas to provide us some very relevant documents. And the 4 here were chosen in Lithuanian language. The 5th one is one of the first products within the T-Factor project, which already includes some analysis from the local coalition itself. And for the Lithuanian documents, we did a translation with a software tool, and then we did a coded analysis on certain topics. And these were the so-called principles, good practice principles for deliberative processes for public decision-making, which we took as a basis for our analysis. And for example, this is accountability, transparency, inclusiveness, representativeness, group deliberation. So when we look back to the speech given by Houston, and we learned about the community panel and how it is similar to citizen assemblies, we can see that this is a kind of representation of these good practice principles. So we use these as a basis, but of course, other guidelines as references. And in general, this review model, which has the AIIP in the middle, looks at the innovation model that is represented in these different documents, the urban vision, the role of citizen participation, and generally how multi-stakeholder collaborations are framed. And this report will soon be available, probably in December or maybe in January. In English and Lithuanian, so we will also provide a translated version, and it includes a longer part about the review results and then some ideas that we derive from our own work on placemaking in AIIP, and we also give an outlook on possible other support activities that we can provide throughout the project. And of course, we cannot go through all the insights, but we would like to give you some hints on our findings and our ideas. And I would like to start with the recommendations for the innovation model, basically. So what we find in the review analysis is that starting with the first document from 2018, there's really a strong focus on attracting foreign investment and fostering a triple helix innovation model. This is outlined in several documents, so here just stated very briefly. And what we would see as an idea for AIP is to look to ways in which this innovation model could also be broadened. So there is a discourse about going from a triple helix innovation model, which includes the public sector research and economy, to a quadruple helix innovation model that also includes a variety of civil society actors, not only citizens, but also organized civil society, social economy actors, and the like. So to broaden this innovation model and to make it also become a part of the development plan. And one possible other idea, which is closely linked to this, is also to look at recent EU strategy papers, like, for example, the one by Mazzucato about mission-oriented research and innovation policies in the EU, or to look at not only the Industry 4.0 model, but also the Industry 5.0 model towards a sustainable, human-centric, and resilient European industry. And also everything that comes out from the Horizon 2020 research projects with regard to responsible research and innovation, to look how is this implemented then in Horizon Europe projects, if, for example, actors at IIP would like to go forward for project proposals in this direction. So in summary, our idea here would be to say that building a quadruple helix innovation model would also increase really building a local innovation ecosystem. And this is one of our main recommendations here for AIP. And now we look at the public participation part, and I hand over to Patricia.
Okay, hello everybody. It's nice to join. Thank you for the invitation. Eva outlined a very broad view. My part of this discussion would be simply to show you what comes in the practical way as far as the public participation in the next several months is considered. As we look through the document, especially at the development plan, and as we heard at the beginning of this meeting, the provider for this service is already chosen, and the first meeting happened. So I hope this will be some remarks that perhaps can be taken under consideration by the municipality, because as we read through the documentation, it's very clear that the level of the public participation will be strongly dependent on the quality of work done by the service provider, as it's their role to develop the plan. So it is also, I think, up to them to some point how much of public participation will be implemented during this process. So the first point is that the service provider is required to run several different analyses, and the main focus there would be on academia, entrepreneurship, research. And our, I think, recommendation would be to look more deeply into other parts of the public sphere, that is especially to analyze in any of those analyses the input and the importance of the local communities, both organized and informal. So when looking for international good practice, please take a look at what has been done in other similar investments in regards to including local communities and making sure that their voice is heard and that there's an opportunity for local communities to be a part of this investment. The same thing should be also in other cases of analysis. That means the current situation of the Aleksoto's innovation park and the surroundings, but also generally when looking at the potential partners, do not limit this to only people who will be entrepreneurs, who will be the companies that would attend, but also try to have a wider context in mind. So that would be the first part of the service provider, and this is the municipalities, I think, role to point that perhaps those analyses should be a little bit broader. Neva, can you change the slide, please? To the next one. And generally, I think the whole process could be more collaborative, as this is mostly a cooperation between municipality and the service provider. But I think there's room to invite the local coalition and to include them from the very beginning, as this process will be actually short, it's only 6 months. The risk is, and this is something that we've learned also here in Łódź, that if you only invite people at the very end of such a process to comment, to have some sort of public participation meeting, we tend to be, public authorities and the authors of such development plans, we tend to be very protective of our ideas, and the willingness to change the paradigm or change something crucial at the very end of this process is probably naturally not very strong. So I think perhaps opening some of the meetings between the service provider and the municipality to also collaboration with local coalition could be one way to actually prevent that. Of course, there's a process of consultation in the technical description of what service provider should be delivering included. So that's a very good point. My only hint here would be to perhaps make this consultation process a bit broader. First of all, to make sure that all the data can be available to the participants ahead of the meeting, so they can come prepared and really talk about issues, not learn about them during the meeting, because then the conversation could be very narrow. Of course, it's very important to always say what is already decided and where the changes cannot be included and why. And of course, all the changes that will come out of those consultation processes have to be very clearly communicated. I would suggest perhaps having even an additional meeting after the consultation process to explain which remarks, which opinions have been included in the development plan, which have been excluded and why. I think the open discussion about this could be a very good starting point to think about not only the innovation park, but about the area as a whole, because we all know that this is one element to the bigger puzzle of introducing a new area to the city, as it was mentioned before, the area that is in the city center, but is actually a brownfield. So I think discussion about the Aleksoto's Innovation Park is just the beginning of a wider conversation about the future of this place. And I know that the meanwhile processes could be one way to discuss with the public, and Anita will continue with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patricia. Hello, everybody, and thank you very much for having me here. I just would like to go on with the issue of a participatory dimension of AIPP project. And we have a lot of recommendations concerning meanwhile uses, but this is the issue which I'm very much concerned about here. And on the basis of review analysis, realized that meanwhile uses were understood, how to say that, progressively in documents. At the very beginning, they haven't received wide recognition and were rather reduced to the economic terms. However, in time, the awareness of meanwhile uses significance has been rising, and now it's understood deeper and diversified. But still, we have here one problem, I guess, a kind of privileged situation, a privileged position given in meanwhile uses, examples presented in the documents to professionals representing research and innovation, and neglect of the needs of residents of the local communities. And what is surprising, there are some very good examples of participatory practices running Kaunas before, about which we found out from links given to sent to us by our Kaunas colleague, so maybe there is a need to take how to say that advantage of these practices. And our main conclusion is that repositioning of the local community as an equal stakeholder, equal as a university, equal as investors is needing in both planning of the space of AIP project and in meanwhile uses. And here we need participatory meanwhile uses as a solution. Eva, could you please? Thank you. So to make this repositioning of the local communities process started, we would recommend to map the locals first, just their different categories, their attitudes to, and their ways of space distribution in this rundown factory, and include their perspectives on and their links with this place in any further actions planned. This is just the condition needed to start participatory meanwhile uses, just adapted to and adjusted to the needs of different groups uncovered in this mapping. And what do I mean by this participatory meanwhile uses? Just first of all, these are projects in which the residents of the local community are in the position of a regenerated space co-owner and co-producer. Second of all, in these processes, local human, social, historical strengths are taken into account. They are uncovered and employed in the course of meanwhile uses. I will give you an example of social strength, for instance. Just let's suppose that in the mapping there was there will be a group of youngsters training informally parkour in their neighborhood uncovered. And this is a strength that can be used in planning AIPP territory space together with them, for them, to prevent their reception of the space as not their fortress. And just transformative learning is very important here. Just those who are empowered, powerful, I mean authorities, service providers, need to be changed in those processes of co-learning and space co-producing. In a report, we are showing some examples of good practices, of our practices from which our problems with that, and we were trying to work out some examples for AIP as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aiste. So we try to be brief.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you for joining us. Since we're running a little bit of time, I will just jump immediately to Marta, who has come here from Paris to make another engagement activity that we had yesterday. It was called Digital Placemaking, Extremely Vast and Incredibly Close Future. So Marta, please step in and present what you have done yesterday.
Thanks for having me here. Since I have the pleasure to be the first three-dimensional partner of T-Factor to be in Kaunas, I don't have a presentation. I just run quickly through what this T-Lab is all about and what we have done yesterday as a starting activity in Kaunas. My name is Marta Arniani. I am a strategic designer working in technology, research and innovation projects. My focus is aligning technology, innovation and social justice. I consider it a cultural endeavor, first and foremost. And Futuribile is a platform to do so, to produce content, to elaborate on these topics, for instance, on the impact of the digitalization of welfare on women, or digital literacy problems, and on the, let's say, more engagement side, which is the side that we are utilizing here in T-Factor. I conduct activities of co-creation or engagement with citizens. If you look at the debate around technology and social justice, it has evolved a lot in the past few years, but it has been mainly been focused on environments that we can access online, mainly browsing. So there's a lot of advances in personal data, privacy, the handling on non-binary people in data sets, all these kind of things. We have been making enormous advances, but meanwhile, the spaces where we live, they're also been permeated by technology. And this is, I feel, a battlefield and a ground that has not been yet explored. And this was the starting, let's say, need and intuition when we wrote T-Factor to elaborate this lab. So T-Lab 3 is called Citizen-Led Smartness, and the idea is to question how smartness is perceived in cities today. So very focused on optimization, on extracting data, on, basically building a sort of dystopian surveillance world. And so the bet with T-Factor and with this T-Lab is how can we leverage technology in a way that is more inclusive, in a way that is more participatory, and in a way that, it can create a placemaking. So I think that Kaunas is an ideal ground for this. I have to say I've been very well welcomed in this city, and I have a very good impression so far of the potential that's there's here for action and for these topics, not just because we are hosted and our facilitator is also KTU, which has, of course, a big technological potential, but also because of the place itself. So the way we named the activity yesterday, extremely vast and incredibly close future, was a bit of a provocation to work around the fact that there's a lot of space in the future innovation park in Kaunas. And this space is, for the moment, mostly an empty space, which is a blank canvas and a fantastic opportunity, but also can be scary in the urban regeneration process. And also the second part of the title, so incredibly close, was to align the idea of working on near futures. So although futuribile sounds like a futurologist kind of thing, it's really all about working on the conditions that are here today to enact better futures. And so the way that I see that I've been tinkering with this yesterday with the participants of the workshop is that the opportunity that we have in Kaunas is to leverage technology for placemaking and to leverage technology to kind of play and open up to the rest of the city this blank canvas that we have in the innovation park. So there are many, meanwhile, uses possible in Kaunas, and what emerged today and what we think would be interesting to do is really to create a sort of hybrid animation of the area, which leverages not only face-to-face events and more traditional cultural happenings such as festivals or music creation and production, but also to work in parallel on a more virtual and digitally enabled environment within the park. So without creating a metaverse. So to keep it simple, we haven't been discussing about creating a virtual reality on the site, but we've been discussing about creating an augmented reality. So how can we, on the existing layer of the physical layer of the place, can we enact with technology further uses and further communities? So for instance, some of the ideas that emerge is really to consider this area as a stage where we can enact projections, sculptures, ways to attract inhabitants to the place. And also we have been discussing ways in which we can create a sort of, let's say, test ground and playground for future activities in a more playful way, in a sort of alternative, let's say, online environment that can be a way, let's say, to prototype potential uses of the site. So I think that the potential that we saw yesterday, and I think it's just the start, it's around this. So leveraging technology as a way to imagine future uses of the place, as a way to enact them and prototype them. So for us, the next step here in Kaunas would be to model the results that we got from yesterday, but also from previous workshops here, and create a virtual modeling of these potentialities of the site so that we can start plan and we can start talking about that. So I think this is something that is not valid only for Kaunas, but also for other pilots. Technology has a strong storytelling potential and community building potential that I think it's the starting ground to be explored. We still have time, or no? Okay. Okay, fantastic. Well, it was short, but thanks for having me. I would like to thank the Design Library, the Design Center, and the KTU for having me here. And I really look forward to work with Kaunas, and I can only invite my colleagues from T-Factor to who explore the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Marta, so much. It was a pleasure having you here, indeed. Another engagement activity that we are going to represent shortly, it's called Future Identity Co-Creation. And it was collaborative initiative between DOS project, which Jūratė Tutlytė, associate professor at Vytautas Magnus University, is taking part in collaboration with We Are Critical agency and facilitator Davidas Juozulinas. Since Jūratė today is not present, I will take over her part and explain a little bit about the workshops we've done, and Davidas will come here and join me as well to represent the results of the workshops we've done. So please, Davidas, come here. Are you going to do the whole presentation? Ar tu viską pristatysi? Handing the word to Davidas, and he will explain everything what we have done.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Can we turn on the screen?
Įjunkite ekraną. Anas. O bus tik ekranas, ne...
Yra, rodo. Future is so unpredictable, but the best way to predict the future is to just simply create it. And we are doing it all together by engaging the communities and different stakeholders. And we're doing it in engaging activities as the workshops. And we had this really amazing workshop in a really cozy, nice place in this previous military territory of AIPP. We were welcomed quite cozy and made a lot of interesting activities. And we were talking about meanwhile uses, future identity co-creation and activities. The aim was to basically create space for opinion of the stakeholders and to contribute to the formation of the future vision for that territory. There was a lot of expectations. Collaboration, to have ideas for meanwhile uses, empowering, co-creation, clearance, good start, and a lot of others. And I'm really happy about that because it shows that those people that, who participated in the workshop came up with some motivation, with some questions, with some creativity and innovation potential. We know that for a long-term goal, we want to convert the territory for innovation, industry park for automotive, ICT, internet communication technology, and health tech businesses. But how about meanwhile uses? And yes, all the time there's problems. And the top problems here we have with this project is development of the territory. As we know that it's a plain field now with some old buildings. And the other is implementation of meanwhile uses. And we see a lot of cautions here. Some of them are for city, some of them are for stakeholders. So talking about the city, we came up with some phrases, terms, what are the cautions? So maybe there's no certain rules, no green spaces, bureaucracy issues because there is no legal things to make meanwhile uses at the territory right now. No investors so far, and so on. And for stakeholders also, maybe it's really hard to create the space for collaboration right now. But maybe there is no one to implement those ideas, and maybe there is no funding at the moment And this is the main cautions. But besides that, we see a lot of opportunities. We can make this a great experimentation territory, a zone when we can develop a lot of interesting things with the provision for culture and leisure activities. And here we have benefits also for a city, for stakeholders. For a city, we can say that could transform a city. That could bring new economies, new businesses, innovations to the city. And that would grow and empower us to see a much bigger picture. And for stakeholders, we see a great potential for collaboration with universities, science institutions, communities, habitants, neighbors, and so on. So, with the design methods, individual and teamwork, we made our brains to dance. We were using different methods as a free writing, brain writing methods, discussions, and so on. And by seeing from different perspectives as a functional, emotional, social jobs, we describe it how we imagine that. First of all, it should work as a public and private partnership model that should lead to attracting innovative businesses and investments for economical transformation, but as well be open for community and to be in human scale. What does it mean to be in a human scale? To be cozy, with a nice running paths, walking paths, with the trees and flowers, with not so much big buildings, and so on. And it should express the feeling of comfortable, safe, friendly, optimistic, interesting, motivating environment. It should express the feeling of belonging. I should be proud of that territory as the citizen, first of all, and to see this great potential of innovation and progressiveness. And it should be seen as open, innovative, progressive, educative, live, prestigious, and green territory. A lot of things here. It should be engaging with the context of historical heritage. And it's this really unique point, historical, because this territory was closed for a long years and not open for community. And this is the part when we can, bring up that historical things and make something unique and attractive, and to tell the world, Europe or something like that, what's the unique points here besides that innovations and so on. And we had this topic as organization. What could we suggest? Because in those workshops, there was different stakeholders. Some of them from municipalities, some of the local Aleksotos community, some of them from neighborhoods, some from the Kaunas fortresses, and so on. So from our own perspective, what we can suggest as citizens here? And we had this matrix of how, now, and wow, and some of the ideas was categorized through this matrix. So is the idea is impossible to implement, or is it easy to implement? Is it a good idea, or it's just like innovative idea? And we have those ideas. So urban gardening, community activities as playfield, skate park, open space, cinema, and so on. So it's quite easy to implement. It's good ideas. We can do it now. Then installation and sculpture park, residence for artists, educational sightseeing tour and educational games, orientation games. How we can bring communities to that territory, to engage, to be open, and attract people to visit that territory, to start building and attracting. When there will be, meanwhile, users who will come. They need to know that this is territory, it's live already. Sandbox and Innovation Festival, this is wow. yeah, we can starting to implementing. This is one of the main aims, to have the sandbox and like research and innovation collaborations. Makerspace, open for all, physical or digital, with a lot of equipment when we can experiment. Interdisciplinary art and technology experimentation zone. As I know, there was already some drone races or street car races already there. Innovation fair and exhibitions, spatial installations, and maybe for this time, while taking all the activities, maybe it's a little bit hard to implement, but it's really innovative. And I think we are seeking that. Innovation, futurism, festival, art, science, and experiments in that territory. But some ideas are left behind under the curtain. Some of those are more talking about just renovating buildings, and making open for the community, while not forgetting about the historical or architectural perspective here. And by making the route, architectural route, we can invite those peoples to that territory. Some of the ideas is more for the scientific things, like R&Ds, maker spaces, circular design, training, acceleration programs, green innovation. Some is for people, maybe to make it more understandable, like through the simple technologies, like how to convert a plastic to the and use it once again through the 3D printing as a precious plastic. Maybe you can have a multi-functional hub or something like this. And the last is for all. A lot of new interesting activities as the amusement park, recreational zones, skating, rollerblading, walking paths, and maybe it could be some kind of a neighborhood festival. And by looking to these ideas, it looks like it's so different. But this mood board showed that we need to work towards innovative city, making space and place, not just for businesses and industry. We need to make it for people. So here we came up with a mission which says that we need to develop multi-layered territory collaboratively and in respect to city, citizens, and surrounding. So we chose those 3 topics, 3 main themes, and now we're working together by cultivating innovation, improving quality of life, and attaining sustainability. So those are 3 really important points, and when we are generating ideas, we should always check it. Does it fit in one of them? And what's next now? So the questions for the public. Probably we need engagement from the community, from the stakeholders here, to continue this project, to really fit that work frame as we decided. Engage the communities and they engage the people, citizens, to not forget about them, to not forget about the territory, and work together for the main missions. Thank you.
Thank you, David, so much for your presentation. And with this, we finalize our English part of the forum, and we are finishing our online broadcasting. So thank you so much, everyone who was watching us online. And the next the final part of this forum will be handled as a workshop, meanwhile ideating workshop in another room, which is going to be facilitated by We Are Critical Agency and Davidas and Jurgita. So thank you so much and goodbye. And the rest, going there to these rooms and the tables.